Agriculture, the backbone of rural areas. Agriculture, the backbone of rural Haryana. Key statistics: 58% of India's population depends on agriculture. Haryana leads in agriculture productivity post Green Revolution. Jean district is a major contributor to state agriculture output. The Green Revolution legacy. The Green Revolution in the 1960s and 1970s transformed Haryana's agricultural landscape, introducing high-yielding crop varieties, chemical fertilizer and irrigation infrastructures, and dramatically improved productivity. This technologically advanced turned Haryana into one of the most agriculture productivity. Despite initial success, regions like Nirvana and Uchana now face ongoing challenges related to resource sustainability, market access, and social economic disparity. Issues such as water scarcity, declining soil fertilization, and vulnerability of small farmers to make fluctuations have raised concern about long-term sustainability. Contemporary agriculture challenges following are like water security, soil degradation, climate vulnerability, and economic pressure. All uh, livelihood security and vulnerability. in india farmers in India, small farmers have been the mainstay for food security and labor employment. Despite their significance, small farms face challenges, particularly in wake of globalization, the livelihood of people, and vulnerable at the risk related to crop type cultivated and recurrent drought recurrent drought that reduce yield or destroy crop. Risk of livelihood failure determines the level of vulnerability to income, food, health, nutrients insecurity. The greater the share of resource devoted to the food and health hider. Narva-Anna and Uchana blocks geographic context. Jean district is located in western Haryana, bordered by Hisar, Karnal, Rohtak, and Sonipat districts. It's approx covering 20720 square kilometers. Narwana block, on the largest block in Jean district, predominantly rural with proximity to Ghaggar River. Farmer mainly grow wheat, rice, and mustard, but face water scarcity challenges. Uchana block share similar agriculture characteristics with Nirvana but face unique challenges related to irrigation and soil fertility, dominated by wheat and rice cultivation with falling water table. Government initiative and policy gaps. There are following policies, government initiative like Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, Soil Health Card Scheme. Study objective and methodology, assess agriculture development status, analyze social economic impact, identify problem and opportunities, and propose intervention. Research gap and expected outcome. Critical research gap: limited exploration of income diversification beyond agriculture through non-farm employment, livestock, or migration. Insufficient research on long-term sustainability of current practice regarding soil health, water use, and climate change. Lack of data on agriculture technology adoption rate and barrier among small farmers. Missing insight on rural youth aspiration and willingness to continue farmer. Inadequate analysis of changing cropping pattern and their impact of sensibility. Now expected outcome is comprehensive analysis of economic activities supplementing traditional farming and their contribute to reliance. Assessment of environment concern with solution for sustainable farming practices. Investigation of technology adoption rates, barrier and assess disparities. Exploration of social economic factors driving youth migration and its rural impact. Analysis of cropping pattern changing and their economic, social and environmental outcome. Now next, pathway to sustainable rural development. The research aims to provide insight into existing gap in agriculture development in livelihood security, offering recommendation for improving rural livelihood and promoting sustainable agriculture practice in Nirvana and Uchana block. Like The first is technology integration, drip irrigation, precious farming, and drought resistance variety offer solutions to resource challenges. Second is livelihood diversification, non-farm employment, skill development, and rural enterprises reduce agriculture dependency. And the third is sustainable practice, water conservation, soil health management, and climate resilient farming ensure long-term visibility. By exploring the intersection between agriculture practice and farmers' livelihood, this study aims to align development efforts more effectively with the need of local farmer, creating pathway toward economic reliance and environment sustainability. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. So
Yes, ma'am.
I have a one question for you.
Continue, Vandana ma'am.
Yes, I have a question for you, Dr. Jyoti.
Yes,
Why
ma'am.
you have chosen only Haryana state? Because you have chosen a very well-deserved topic. So why you have only chosen Haryana state?
बिकॉज मैम आई बिलोंग टू हरियाणा और मैं एक फार्मर की बेटी हूँ जिसका जो बैकग्राउंड रहा है खेती वाला रहा है और जो मैं देख रही हूँ सेम क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न रहा है सेम चीजें रही है किसान इस बारे में अवेयर नहीं है कि जैसे पानी है कभी बहुत ज्यादा बारिश हो रही है कभी कम हो रही है तो उससे क्या है मैम जमीन से हम पानी निकाल रहे हैं लेकिन जो फार्मर्स है मैम इस बारे में अवेयर ही नहीं है कि जो हम पानी निकाल रहे हैं उससे जल स्तर कम हो रहा है कहीं ना कहीं मैम मतलब फिर वही साइकिल चल रहा है फाइनेंशियली मतलब इन्वायरमेंट को लॉस हो रहा है किसानों को भी लॉस हो रहा है इस वजह से मैम और मैं मैम पर्टिकुलरली नरवाना ब्लॉक से ही बिलोंग करती हूँ मैम जो आसपास के मैंने गांव लिए हैं
Okay, thank you. But you can include a comparative study of Punjab also, because Punjab is also facing the same problem.
यस
So
मैम
okay, well explained topic. Thank you, Dr. Jyoti.
थैंक यू मैम थैंक यू वेरी मच
Thank you, Jyoti ma'am. Now moving to next paper, Mr. Gulshan Kumar, comparatively analysis of regression models for predicting students' satisfaction in AI assist learning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Ma'am, screen is visible? Ma'am, screen is visible?
Share. Kindly share your screen, sir.
Ma'am, screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. My name is Gulshan Kumar, a research scholar, Department of Computer Science, Punjab University, Patiala. Today, I am presenting comparative analysis of regression model for predicting student satisfaction in AI-assisted learning. For this purpose, so today AI is rapid growth of artificial intelligence. So AI is widely used in everywhere. Either it is home appliances or industry. But I choose a in education. AI widely used in education for multi-purpose like coding, writing, studying, making assignments, preparing projects. So for this paper, I need to evaluate student satisfaction with AI tools such as ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, Perplexity, Grok, Replica. So there are multiple AI tools are available in this market. So our objective to predict a student satisfaction with AI assistant using machine learning regression model, and after that comparison of different regression model in terms of its reliability. And third objective is evaluate regression outcomes with help of confusion matrix. So for this purpose, problem is AI usage increasing rapidly in education. Does a So there are three main objectives. Does AI usage guarantee student satisfaction? Need data driven evaluation framework? Predict satisfaction using machine learning regression model? So for this purpose, I choose a data set, that is secondary data set, which are downloaded from the Kaggle dataset, which include 10,000 number of students with interaction AI usage in student life. So in this data set, there are 11 columns. Their key attributes like session length, how many number of prompts given, AI assistant level, and what task type to um, what task type to given to the AI tools. So for this, our target variable is satisfaction rating. So using all these key attributes, our independent variable is satisfaction rating. So I choose a methodology in which I took a data set, and after data set, we need to pre-processing it. Pre-processing it, after cleaning the data, pre-process the data, I choose a machine learning models. After taking a machine learning model, apply on it, evaluate it, and evaluation for the evaluation purpose, I choose a mean squared error and R squared score. After that, I applied confusion matrix on the results. So in data processing, I choose a one hot encoding and training the trained split data, 75% data for training purpose and 25% data for testing purpose. And after that, I applied a multiple regression model and converted to classification for confusion matrix. So these are the models like multiple regression models, ridge regression, lasso regression, and decision tree regression. These four models are applied on the data set, which name is AI assistant uses student life. So these are the results. When I applied these algorithms on the specific data set, MLR and ridge shows the same result, but lasso shows the comparatively better than MLR and ridge. But decision tree shows perform not well on this data set. Taking the data set from this model, these models are produces a continuous output, and which was converted into binary classification, because confusion matrix is basically applied on a classification models, and regression is also regression model is used for continuous data. So confusion matrix used for classification of and comparing the predicting and actual value. So in this confusion matrix, we classify the binary classification into two categories: First, those students who are satisfied, satisfaction rating is greater than 3, and those students are not satisfied, satisfaction rating is less than 3. So the outcome of the matrix, x axis shows the predicted values and y axis shows the actual value. So first column 574 are those who are not satisfied, the threshold value is less than 3, and the yellow one are those students in the fourth column, fourth cell, are those students who are satisfied, which shows the satisfaction rating is greater than 3. So the accuracy of this model is 0.7932, approximately 80%. To apply this data model, to make this data model, I choose a data set and use Jupyter Notebook with Python. And our key finding is AI assistant level strongly impact satisfaction, task completion increasing student interest, session engagement influences satisfaction, repeat uses including reliability. And conclusion and future scope is machine learning model effectively predict student satisfaction. Data driven evaluation improves AI tools and future advanced machine learning and real time predictions. Thank you.
Anji, thank you, Gulshan. Gulshan, you have well presented your topic, but I have a one suggestion for you that instead of taking a data set, you can prepare your own questionnaire or Google form to check the satisfaction level of your students. That can be done.
Okay, ma'am.
Mr. Gulshan Kumar.
Ji, ma'am.
Now moving to the next paper,
Thank you,
Dr.
ma'am.
Paramjit Kaur, Digital Economy and Platform Business, Trends, Challenges and Governance Implications.
Good morning, Chairperson ma'am, and everyone present here. I'm Dr. Paramjit Kaur, Assistant Professor, School of Business Studies, Asian Educational Institute, Sarhand Road, Patiala. The topic of my today's presentation is digital economy and platform businesses, its trends, challenges, and governance implications. Let me introduce to the topic first. The digital economy has emerged as a key driver of global economic growth, transforming the way businesses operate and interact with consumers. Platform businesses, characterized by their multi-sided digital infrastructures, have been at the forefront of this transformation. These platform facilitates exchanges among distinct user groups, generating value through network effects and creating new opportunities for economic growth and innovation. The digital economy has also given rise to new industries and business models such as fintech, online education, and e-commerce. As platform business continues to grow and expand, there is a pressing need to understand their implications for the economy and the society. This paper aims to examine the growth and trends of platform businesses in the digital economy, analyze the regulatory challenges posed by platform businesses, and discuss the implications of platform dominance for competition and governance. The objectives of this study are to examine the growth and trends of platform businesses in the digital economy, to analyze the regulatory challenges posed by platform businesses, to discuss the implications of platform dominance for competition and governance, and to identify areas for future research on platform businesses and the digital economy. Let's have a look into market growth and trends. Current data indicates that platform businesses are experiencing sustained market expansion. The global digital economy is projected to continue growing, driven by increasing internet penetration, the adoption of mobile technologies, and the digital transformation of industries. According to a report by McKinsey, the digital economy is expected to account for 25% of global GDP by 2025. The growth of platform businesses is driven by their ability to facilitate exchanges among diverse user groups, creating value through network effects. India's digital economy is experiencing remarkable growth, poised to constitute a fifth of country's GDP by 2026, up from 1/10 currently. The digital market in India is projected to reach $93.94 billion by 2035, growing at a compound annual growth rate of 30.20% from 2026 to 2035. The key trends of digital economies are as follows. India leads in digital transaction processing over 1,644 billion transactions in financial year 23-24. India's e-commerce market is booming with platforms like Flipkart and Amazon. India's A market is projected to reach $28.8 billion by 2025, and India's public cloud market is expected to grow to $20.3 billion by 2027. Its sectoral growth in digital marketing is India's fintech market is expanding rapidly. India's IT industry is expected to reach $350 billion by 2026. These trends indicate India's digital economy is on a strong growth driven by increasing internet penetration, smartphone adoption, and government initiatives like Digital India. The sectoral integration is fintech platforms are reshaping financial services, online education platform transforming the way educational content is delivered and consumed, platform businesses intersecting with traditional industries, creating new opportunities for growth and innovation, and increasingly blurring the lines between traditional industries and digital platforms. It has to face some regulatory challenges, which are as follows. Regulatory challenges lies in balancing innovation with competitive fairness, concentration of market power in a few large platforms leading to anti-competitive practices, ensuring consumer protection and fair market practices by adhering to regulatory approaches, adapting to the rapidly evolving digital landscape, and addressing regional and country-specific differences in regulatory frameworks. Governance implications includes developing regulatory framework that are adaptive and responsive to the digital landscape, promoting innovation and competition, addressing issues related to competition, data protection, and consumer welfare. Ensuring effective governance of platform businesses requires a nuanced understanding of their economic and social impacts, developing regulations that balance the need for innovation with the need for consumer protection. Limitations of the study are the study relies on a secondary data and may not capture the latest trends and developments in the digital economy. The study focuses on the global digital economy and may not account for regional or country-specific differences, and the study does not provide a comprehensive analysis of the social and environmental impacts of platform businesses. To conclude, the digital economy and platform businesses are reshaping global economic activity in profound ways. While they offer significant opportunities for growth and innovation, they also present regulatory challenges that need to be addressed to ensure competitive fairness and consumer protection. As the digital economy continues to evolve, it is essential to develop regulatory frameworks that are adaptive and responsive to the changing landscape. The Indian digital economy, in particular, is poised for significant growth driven by increasing internet penetration and smartphone adoption. Ultimately, the future of the digital economy will depend on the ability of policymakers, businesses, and civil society to work together to address the challenges and opportunities presented by platform businesses. Some recommendations for future research are investigate the impact of platform businesses on employment and labor markets, examine the role of platform businesses in promoting sustainable development and reducing environmental impacts, develop a framework for assessing the social and environmental impacts of platform businesses, explore the implications of platform businesses for taxation and fiscal policy, investigate the role of emerging technologies such as blockchain and artificial intelligence in shaping the future of platform businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paranjit.
Thank you, ma'am, for well presented
Next,
your
moving
topic.
the next paper, Dr. Ajao. Dr. Ajao Adami Sarafa, Engineer Peter, are you present? Dr. Sharafa, are you there? Next, Master Rahim Tunde, Rashid Christiana, Advancing Inclusive Mathematics Education through Logic-Based Instructions, Gender, Perspectives on Upper Basic Students, Achievement in Directed Numbers in Agbada, O State. Mr. Rahim, are you there? Mr. Rahim, are you present? Now, moving to the next paper, Dr. Payal, Social Entrepreneurship and its different dimensions for inclusive growth.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Payal, Assistant Professor, Business School of Management. Today, I'm here to present on the topic social entrepreneurship and its dimension for inclusive growth. First of all, start with the introduction of concept of social entrepreneurship. It refers to the practice of identifying and addressing social problems or needs in society through innovative and sustainable business models. In simple terms, it is about using entrepreneur skills to create positive social impact by identifying a social issue, that is poverty, education, healthcare, developing an innovative solution, and third is implementing it in a way that is sustainable and scalable. Next, definition of inclusive growth. It refers to economic growth that benefit everyone in society, not just the rich and powerful. Its main focus is on marginalized or vulnerable groups. Next objective of this social entrepreneurship, main objective are to address the social problems like poverty, education, healthcare, environmental sustainability. Then create a social value. It means to create a positive impact for society, especially for the marginalized or unprivileged groups. Then provide an innovative solution to the social problems of the society. Then empower communities for their own development and solutions. Then last is sustainability. Ensure the long-term visibility of social initiative through sustainable business models. Next, come to the research gap. Main research gap are most existing study on this concept are conceptual with limited empirical evidence. Research often examine individual dimension of social entrepreneurship rather than a holistic approach. There is also a lack of study linking social entrepreneurship directly to inclusive growth outcome, and comparative analysis of different social enterprise model is also limited, and the institutional support also remain unexplored. To fill this gap, I frame these following objectives. Number one is to examine the conceptual meaning and evolution of social entrepreneurship. Second is to discuss and analyze the key dimensions of social entrepreneurship. Third is to study the role of social entrepreneurship in promoting inclusive economic development, particularly among undeserved communities. And the last is to identify major challenges and constraints faced by social entrepreneurship. These are the main dimensions of social entrepreneurship. Number one is economic dimension. Second is social. Third is environmental. Fourth is institutional. And the last is environment. And the last is ethical. First of all, come to the economic dimension. Economic dimension includes the following: revenue generation like grants, donation, impact investment, or earned income to sustain their social missions. Second is financial inclusion through microfinance. Microfinance institution providing financial services to undeserved communities. And third is affordable goods and services for all the people in the society. Then social dimension, it includes community engagement to drive their own development. Then social inclusion, addressing inequalities and ensuring access to opportunities for undeserved communities. Then is social value creation, prioritizing benefits for society, especially for the unprivileged population. Fourth is collaboration, working with stakeholders to amplify social impact. Then come to the environmental dimension. It includes sustainable practices, for example, using eco-friendly methods in business operation. Environmental impact, reducing negative effects like pollution or resource depletion. Green innovation, developing solution for environmental challenges, for example, waste management, renewable energy management. And last is triple bottom line approach, balancing social, economic, and environmental outcomes. Social enterprise promoting solar energy in rural areas and initiative focusing on waste recycling or clean water access. Then institutional dimension. Institutional dimension include government rules and laws impacting social entrepreneurship. Next is partnership and collaboration with NGOs, government, and corporatives. Third is ecosystem development, building an environment that fosters social innovation. Next, ethical dimension. It includes social responsibility, transparency, clear communication about goal, methods, and impact, accountability, taking responsibility for actions and outcome. And next is fairness, ensuring equitable treatment and opportunities for all. Now come to the main role of social entrepreneurship in inclusive growth. The main role of this social entrepreneurship is to addressing social economic gap, reducing income inequality, promote self-reliance, encourage sustainable livelihood, and the last is job creation. Main challenges faced by social entrepreneurship are: first main challenge is funding constraint, second is scalability, third is regulatory hurdles also, complex policies and laws can also be challenging. Next is measuring impact, quantifying social and environmental impact is also very tricky. Talent acquisition, attracting and retaining skilled talent with the social mission mindset is very difficult and again challenging. Last is awareness and acceptance. Building trust and awareness about social entrepreneurship is an uphill task. Now come to the limitation of the study. The main limitation of the study are: this study rely on secondary data such as published research article, reports, and case studies. Second, restrict universal applicability. Third is lack of standardized metrics. And fourth is focus on selected dimension of social entrepreneurship. These all are the main limitation of this. Now, recommendations for the future research. Main recommendations are: empirical studies using primary data such as survey and interview with special entrepreneurs and beneficiaries would provide deeper insight. Second, comparative cost country study can also be undertaken. Third, future researcher may also focus on developing quantitative models and standardized indicators to measure social impact more effectively. Additionally, the role of technology and digital platform in scaling social entrepreneurship for inclusive growth deserve further investigation And finally, to examine the long-term sustainability and scalability of social enterprise and their contribution to inclusive development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Payal. Next, Mr. Adelakan Samuel Bello. Family involvement in social integration of family with disability. Mr. Bello, are you present? Mr. Bello, are you there? Now moving to the next paper, Dr. Jagbir Singh, Re-Amazing Inclusive Future Through Ayurveda.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Can I share my PPT?
Kindly share your screen.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. I am Dr. Jasbir Singh. My presentation topic is Reimaging Inclusive Future Through the Ayurveda, a transdisciplinary framework integrating of the science, education, language, and the social justice for the sustainable development. And first of all, the remaining reimaging inclusive future through the Ayurveda, that integrating with of the science, education, social justice, and the language, and the science that indicate of the integrative of the health, holistic research, and interdisciplinary collaboration, and the innovation, and the technology, and education that provide of the holistic curriculum, critical thinking, and culture awareness, and lifelong learning, and social justice that of the health equities and access, and the gender and the equalities, and the community empowerment, and the environmental sustainability, and the language that of the multilingual education, preserving indigenous knowledge, and cross-culture communication, and inclusive narratives. And the background of this study, that of the global development, increasingly focus on inclusivity, sustainability, equity, and cultural diversity. And modern development model faces of the challenges of the health inequities, and the ecological degradation, and cultural marginalization, and need for of the holistic and transdisciplinary framework. And the why the Ayurveda for of the inclusive future, that of the Ayurveda is not only a medical system, but if of a knowledge tradition, ethical philosophy, and educational framework, and ecological models, and social well-being, and core idea that of the harmony between the individual, society, and the environment. And the aim and the object of this study, that provide the to examine the role of the Ayurveda in promoting of the inclusive future through the integration of the science, education, and sustainable development framework, and the languages. And the objective of this study, that of the assess of the scientific relevance of the Ayurveda, and evaluate of the role of the inclusive education, and analyze of the linguistic preservation, and examine of the contribution to the social justice, and statically evaluate of the stakeholder and develop a transdisciplinary model. And the historical and philosophical foundation that indicate that of the Ayurveda, classical worldwide, that of the Prakriti, that of the individual constitution and those balance and dincharya lifestyle regulation and preventive health care and community harmony and health understood as a physical, mental, and the social and environmental well-being, and Ayurveda and of the scientific integration that of the modern validation approach that provide of the randomized of the clinical trial and the system biology and ethnopharmacology and metabolomics research and evidence example that of the ashwagandha, that of the stress reduction and the gut microbes, that of the dietary principle of the validation and transition toward of the evidence-based informed Ayurveda. And the problem statement of this study that of the Ayurveda remain of the marginal due to the limited scientific integration, curriculum exclusion and linguistic erosion and policy disconnect and lack of empirical social justice study. And the research hypothesis of that, the null hypothesis that of the Ayurveda has no significant role in the inclusive future, and the alternative hypothesis that of the Ayurveda significantly contributed to the inclusive future and sustainable development. And the research methodology of this study, that of the design, that of the mixed method research and sample size of 100 participants and tools, that of the Likert scale questionnaire and expert interview and literature review, and the category of the academician 30 and the practitioner 25 and the BMS student 25 and the policy expert 20, and total number of the 100 participants used in the study. And the data analysis of this study, that of the descriptive statics and reliability testing and chi-square analysis and one-way ANOVA test use and software base of the quantitative analysis applied and reliability analysis of the Cronbench alpha that also that value is 0.87, that of the high internal consistency and the reliable research instrument. And the prescription result of the scientific relevance that mean score is 4.26 and the inclusive education 4.38 and social justice 4.21 and environmental sustainability 4.47, that of the strong positive perception towards the Ayurveda. And the statistical finding of this, that of the chi-square test result, that of the 16.92 and degree of the freedom is 4, and interpretation of this result that p value is equal to 0.002, that about of the 0.2%. This is a much smaller than of the 0.05 and 0.01, that of the statistical decision, that of the p is less than 0.01, that of the highly significant, that of the significant association confirmed, and the alternative hypothesis accepted and the null hypothesis is rejected. And the ANOVA finding, that of the significant difference observed among the group regarding of the education integration and sustainable prescription and the indicate of the multidisciplinary acceptance data significant variation, that of the p is less than of the 0.05 observed among of the respondent group of the regarding of the prescription of the Ayurveda role in education and the sustainability. And the key result of this study, that of the result that provide of the strong supporting of the Ayurveda and cross-disciplinary acceptance and evidence of the social justice and contribution and language preservation recognized as of the essentially. And the outcome of this study, that of the validation of the Ayurveda as of the transdisciplinary knowledge system and empirical support for inclusive education and model link of the Ayurveda with sustainable development goal and framework for the policy integration. And the discussion of this study, that of the Ayurveda functions as of the preventive health model and cultural knowledge system and ecological philosophy and the social equity framework and promote of the epistemic justice in the global knowledge system. And these are the recommendation of the study, that of the integrative of the Ayurveda in a multidisciplinary university and promote of the multilingual education, expand of the community-based program and encourage statistical research and align with of the sustainable development goal policy framework. And the future scope of the study, that of the longitudinal community study and comparative indigenous research and digital Ayurveda education platform and policy orientation governance research. And the conclusion of this study, data Ayurveda provide the scientific relevance and cultural inclusivity and the social justice orientation and sustainable development pathway and inclusive future required of the integrative knowledge system. Ayurveda offers such a model. And these are the references used in my study. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Jasbir Singh. Well presented the topic and you have justified the topic, but you are running so fast. I think maybe due to time foundation, but you have given a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jagbeer. Next, Mr. Ram Sagar Yadav, adopting optimizations of intelligent OIT networks for sustainable precision agriculture using hybrid artificial neural networks. Mr. Ram Sagar Yadav, are you there? Next, Aditi Kaushik.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am,
Good
shall I
morning.
share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, visible.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aditi Kaushik. I'm a research scholar from Department of Biotechnology, NIILM University, Kathal. And topic of my research is shifting the integrative medicine paradigm, that is alternative medicine-based constitutional individualization models for developing precision therapeutics. I would like to start with the quote that health is something which can actually interpret the disease. So it is a dynamic equilibrium of body, mind, and spirit. The background of my research here is sorry for the interruption. Okay. So the background is that with ever increasing disease global burden, medicine focuses only on genes and not on constitution. So there is a lack of metabolic individuality assessment and lack of research on psychosomatic factors. So the research objective of this paper is to develop constitutional individualization framework and integrate Agni-based metabolism in healthcare system. Methodology used was integrative framework modeling, systems biology mapping, and literature analysis. The concept here introduced is Agni in Ayurveda and Prakriti model in Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is one of the world's oldest holistic medical systems, and its core philosophy is individualized constitution, which helps in preventive lifestyle and emotional balance. Thus the shift is from one size fits all model to biological uniqueness of each individual. There are 5 elements and 3 doshas in Ayurveda. The elements are earth, water, fire, air, and ether. Earth and water for structure in bones, muscle, and teeth. Fire for transformation in metabolism or Agni. Air and ether for movement in circulation and communication. The 3 doshas are Vata, which governs movement and nervous system, Pitta, which governs metabolism and heat, and finally Kapha, which governs structure and stability. The central pillar here is Agni, which is also the digestive capacity in the gastrointestinal tract. The Jathar Agni, which is made up of 2 words, Jathar and Agni. Jathar means abdomen and Agni means fire. The function of Jathar Agni is to convert food into 7 vital tissues that are plasma, blood, muscle, adipose tissue, bone marrow, nervous tissue, and reproductive tissue. The balanced Agni sustains immunity in an individual. Excessive Agni leads to inflammation and ulcers, also acidity, and diminished Agni causes fatigue, bloating, and metabolic toxins, that is AMA. The constitutional profiling of each individual is different. That is the mental and emotional trait, physical predispositions. The diagnosis is performed traditionally through pulse but modernized through lifestyle questionnaires. For example, if an individual says that they are very ambitious but irritable, mostly like leaders are like that, they will always have inflammation issues, acid reflux, and skin issues. A balanced kapha individual will have a calm, stable, and patient temperament, while imbalanced individual will suffer from obesity, diabetes, and thyroid disorders. An imbalanced vata individual will be anxious, creative, but at the same time very sensitive. They might suffer from neurological issues, dry skin issues, and joint pain. The Ayurveda has a nutritional science behind it. In Ayurveda, diet is treated as medicine and is based on individualization. For example, caffeine or spices may heal one person but harm another one. Balancing the central pillar, pitta, is thus very crucial. So, using cooling foods, including cooling foods in our diet like cucumber, basil seeds, leafy green vegetables, melon, these should be favored, while sour, salty, and excessively spicy foods should be avoided. The process of cooking the food actually saves the energy for higher neurological functions, so eating raw food is not always right for everyone. While some chutneys like coriander can be used and parsley as in raw form for detoxification. Ayurveda notes that cravings is a trap. Whenever we are having cravings, they actually worsen our current imbalance. Thus, it's better to keep food cravings at bay as long as possible. There is another concept which is Virudh Ahar, incompatible combinations. Certain foods are there which can pair with another foods and impair digestion and create gut inflammation. For example, milk when having had with acidic fruits like citrus and berries can impair the digestion, and there is another combination of milk and fish which is traditionally been cited as toxic. There are some beneficial pairs as well. For example, milk plus ghee can give a person very good digestion. Then fruits and nuts are used to moderate glycemic response, while milk and warming spices in Indian culture are used to increase digestibility. Then psychosomatic medicine. Every emotional response in the brain is correlated with particular organ ailments. Example, sadness is a response which is related with diseases of lungs, grief is correlated with heart, chronic anger and frustration is correlated with diseases of liver, guilt and shame is linked to diabetes, that is linked to pancreas. Fear is linked to kidneys. The power of breath, that is pranayam. Slow, deep breathing regulates the autonomic nervous system and vagus nerve. The nature also observes that animals like tortoises with slower respiratory rates exhibit very long lifespans as compared to the animals with higher respiratory rates. So, breath stabilizes mental states and enhances physiological longevity. The result is thus this integrative healthcare framework model with 5 modules. Number 1 is nutrition and lifestyle. Number 2 is mind, body, and emotional regulation. Number 3 is digestive and metabolic regulation. Fourth one is pranayama and breathwork. And the finally, fifth one is early intervention. All these are correlated with individualization constitution, that is Prakriti. The findings and implications of this research. Thus, a new metabolic biomarker in medicine emerged, that is Agni, which is the digestive fire. If we can somehow calculate it in terms of medicine, then this can be a game changer in precision medicine. Constitutional diet reduces inflammatory burden, integrated with profiling contributes to preventive medicine. Thus, precision therapeutics can move beyond genomics to include metabolic and psychosomatic biomarker like Agni, which is a cost-effective preventive model and scalable for community health. This research also contributes to UN Sustainable Development Goals like Goal 3, which is good health and well-being, Goal 4, quality education, Goal 10, reduces inequalities, and Goal 12, responsible consumption and production. Finally, Goal 17, that is partnership for the goals, collaboration for sustainable health solutions. The conclusion is that bridging East and West, from East, we are taking the preventive and lifestyle Ayurveda strength, and from West, we are taking the knowledge of allopathy, which is applied in emergencies and infectious diseases prevention. So there is a combination of preventive lifestyle and combination of taking care in emergencies from the West, and this can have an integrative approach in precision therapeutics for holistic human well-being. Future directions of this research are that clinical validation studies may be carried out. Biomarker mapping of Agni should be done by evaluating measurable markers like blood tests or gut markers that can represent Agni. and AI for analyzing health data and accurately identifying personal constitution like diet, metabolism, breathing, and overall health in real time may be developed. I would end with the note that the greatest medicine of all is teaching people how not to use it. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aditi, for well presenting the topic. You have well justified your topic with lots of examples, and you have actually explained or collaborate your topic with the SDG goal. That is very good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Aditi. Next, Miss Deepa Rani and Suman. Miss Deepa Rani?
Yes, ma'am, I'm presenting. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, visible.
Okay. Good morning, respected chairperson and all the guest members and the fellow researchers. I am Deepa Rani from I'm a research scholar from the Baba Masnadi University, Rohtak, Haryana. It's my privilege to present my paper on green human resource management and inclusive future, which is a link, which create a link between the employee well-being and the sustainable development in the IT sector. As I introduce this topic, why IT sector is must, then in the face of the climate change, resource depletion, and the widening social inequalities, organizations are expected to the move beyond profit-driven models toward the sustainable development. Sustainability is not about the green technologies. It's about the green people and their well-being and inclusive future. As this screen visible at what is the green HRM? Green HRM is that approach in which we integrate the environmental sustainability into the HR policies and practices. It transforms the traditional HR functions into ecological consciousness strategies. As we are presenting our common sense paper, we are presenting a paper, we are also applying this approach. We are from at our home and we are presenting virtually. It is creating, it is reducing the pollution also, and it is going towards the sustainability also. And we talk about the inclusive future, and inclusive future is a development pathway that ensures the fairness, equal access to opportunity, and shared benefit to sustainability for all people. If I talk about a university, the Punjab University, I have seen that there is not only 2 washrooms, there is 3 washrooms, male, female, and others. They are also going towards the inclusive future for everyone. They are promoting the LGBTQ community also. So it is the fairness for all the people. Now, third is the employee well-being. Employee well-being refers to the overall physical, mental, emotional, and social health for employees. For example, if I talk about the physical well-being, they are about the natural light, air quality, sustainable office design also. And if go about the mental, their office spaces, plants, where green, when a office is going towards the greenery places, it means it is comes under the mental well-being also. And emotional, recognized and reassured for the green practices, job satisfaction also. Now the second screen my visible is review of literature. Here I have taken the 3 to 4 review of literature where talk about the well-being of an employee and the sustainability development. I have taken the 2 objectives to identify the key green human resource management practices in promoting employee well-being and sustainable development in the IT sector, to propose a conceptual framework integrating these green practices, inclusivity, employee well-being to achieve sustainable development outcomes in the IT sector. These are some green human resource management practices, and this picture shows that all are working through, they are taking interviews and on the as virtually, and green plants are, and the dustbin are also for the dust also, the green recruitment and selection also, training and development, performance management, employee engagement, as we are all here for this meeting, and green compensation and rewards like appreciation also in a meeting. If someone is presenting a paper very good way, then ma'am is also saying that you have presented your paper in a good way. So it is also
Deepa ma'am,
yes ma'am,
please kindly on your video.
Okay. And green infrastructure. Employee well-being and inclusive future in the IT sector. Here are some well-being factors, and under this, the inclusive future in the IT sector. Work-life balance, mental health, sports, safe and health work environment, job satisfaction and engagement, diversity and inclusive policies, equal opportunity for the fair treatment also. And the research methodology, I have worked on the secondary sources and collected the data from the books, journal, articles, and published reports. Here is a report of Wipro that is saying that in 2040 we are completely going towards the ecological pattern. And here the IT companies as inclusive workplace, the Infosys are saying that we are promoting the women empowerment, and the LGBTQ, they are promoting also this community, and they have recruit the person related to this community also. And I have proposed a framework of this study, that how green HR practices to the inclusive work and employee well-being, and which combines their impact on the sustainable development also, environmental conservation also. And at last, our conclusion is the concept framework demonstrate the green human resource management practices that play a vital role in building inclusive and sustainable workplaces in the IT sector. By integrating these practices, which inclusive policies, organizations can enhance employee well-being, promote diversity, and but also contribute to the long-term sustainable development. And there are some suggestions that I have taken the secondary sources. A study can be related to the empirical and investigation also. They have separated the green human resources well-being also. I have combined all of the two things. Now the organize a well-being program for the mental well-being, physical well-being, promote inclusive workplace policies, integrate sustainability and with employee engagement, and promote knowledge sharing on green practices. There are some references, and thank you so much, ma'am. I have completed this. Thank you so much.
Deepa ma'am, on your camera, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it is requested to all the participants that when you are presenting your topic, kindly on your video. Make sure your video is on.
Okay.
Deepa ma'am, on your video, please.
Vandana ma'am, please on your mic.
Sorry. So, yes, Deepa ma'am, I have a question for you, that you have chosen green HRM and inclusive future. So what exactly the benefit for your research to the society?
Ma'am, green human resource management practices, as we are virtually promoting this concept for inclusive future, if not based on their gender, their age, their physical problems, we can provide those persons, we can include those persons also, which are, those are not capable. And in some IT companies, they are promoting that a person should be a good, but in physics also. But some companies, if I take the IT sector, I am also taking the IT sector of Haryana also. Haryana Gurugram area, because in Gurugram area there are many IT companies, cyber hub also, and they are promoting the top IT companies hub offices also in the Gurugram. I have seen that they are only those persons who are not belong to the other community, LGBTQ community, and they are demanding for the physical fit people. If I am saying that I am from that area, actually I am from the Jajjal area. If I go there and I interview, they ask that where are you from? If I say that I am from Jajjal, they say that we can't hire you because you are from the very long distance person. So this is also a person. This is also a factor that is I can say influencing for me also. So that's why I have taken this factor that grew in human resource management practices, how it includes with the inclusive future also, that to hire those people also who have value, who have knowledge also.
Okay. Deepa ma'am, one more question for you is that from where you have collected the data for your research?
I have taken only the secondary sources. Yes,
you have
ma'am.
taken the scheme. Which
Yes,
secondary
ma'am.
sources you have taken?
Ma'am, from the official website of the Wipro Infosys, ma'am.
Okay. And from which
Yes, ma'am.
year, ma'am? Which year you have
Ma'am,
taken?
ma'am, I have not mentioned the year also, but I have collected the data from 2025, ma'am. They are presenting on their front page also, in the scope, in their aim. They are promoting these all the factors.
Okay, ma'am. You can compare the data actually. You can compare year-wise also in your research to make it more authentic.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, you are right. And in a suggestion, ma'am, I have given that I have worked on the secondary sources. I can work on the empirical investigation from primary sources also after taking the primary
Yes,
sources.
you can. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Ji.
Next, Parul Tomar, Environmental Chemistry and Pollution Control.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm audible, ma'am?
Yes. Please on your video on.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen, ma'am. Actually, I have some problem in my camera. My screen is visible, ma'am, or not?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. I'm trying again. Yeah, it's going to share. It's visible, ma'am.
No.
It's visible, ma'am, screen.
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Actually, Parul ma'am, what happened is you are actually trying to
Ma-
share, I think, with the phone. So your phone
Yeah.
is visible, but your document is not visible to us.
Okay. I'm going to open my document. Is
Yes,
visible?
now it is
Okay.
visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good morning to everyone. I am Parul Tomar from NAS College, Meerut.
Please
My
on your
topic is
video also. On your video also.
actually I have problem in my cameras.
Okay, no issue.
and my topic is environmental chemistry and pollution control. Objective of my study is environmental chemistry, fundamental principal cases of pollution in environment, strategies for controlling pollution, innovation in pollution mitigation, and environmental chemistry. A case study on CHIPCO movements and case study on the solar changes and challenges related to conservation of natural resources. Introduction. The study of chemical reactions that take place in the environment is the primary emphasis of the important scientific field of environmental chemistry. It takes into account how human activity affects natural ecosystem and seeks to create plans for sustainable environmental administration and pollution prevention. Mastering in environmental chemistry is essential for the reducing pollution and maintaining an ecological equilibrium in the face of growing industrialization as well as urbanization. Environmental chemistry fundamentals. The study of air, land, and water chemistry is referred to as environmental chemistry. It looks at the interactions between the contaminants and natural elements that cause environmental deterioration. Important area of attention consists of atmospheric chemistry, water chemistry, soil chemistry, toxicology, and risk assessment. Principal cases of pollution in the environment. Air pollution. There are several sources of pollution which can be divided into the following categories. Airborne contaminants of or pollution of the atmosphere is caused by the emissions from burning fossil fuels, automobiles, exhausts, industrial operations, particulates matter, nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxide, carbon monoxide, as well as carbon dioxides. Principal case water pollution may be due to hazardous materials such as heavy metals like mercury, lead, cadmium, pesticides, plastic traces contaminates water bodies as a result of industrial discharge, agriculture runoff, and inappropriate waste disposals. Soil pollution may be due to the overuse of pesticides, fertilizers, and industrial waste disposal contaminates soil, lowering the groundwater quality and agriculture outputs. Light and noise pollution. Industrialization as well as urbanization have raised artificial lightning noise levels which are harming ecosystem and people's quality of life. Strategies or approaches for controlling pollution. The law and regulation. To reduce pollution, government intake law like as Clean Air Act, Water Pollution Control Act, rule governing the handling of potentially hazardous material, trash handling or waste management. The impact on the environment is reduced when household and industrial trash is properly disposed of, recycled or retreated. Green chemistry. The green chemistry creation of sustainable or environment friendly industrial procedure and eco-friendly chemicals lower the output of hazardous or dangerous wastes. Technological advancement or innovations. New development in pollution management technology like waste water treatment processes, facilities, electrostatic precipitators, and catalytic converters aid in the reduction of the pollutant and emission rates. Awareness among the people and educational activities, promoting environmental friendly goods and cutting back on consumption of plastics and preserving energy are all examples of sustainable activities that are essential to preventing pollution. Green chemistry, innovation in pollution mitigation and environmental chemistry. By a green chemistry, we can reduce the dangerous material in chemical reaction. For example, using bio-based solvents rather than hazardous ones, activators that lower the wastage energy and wastage uses, innovative water management technologies, nanomaterial for filtering the toxin as well as heavy metal such as carbon nanotube and graphene can be used to reduce the heavy metals or toxic metals. Photocatalysis break down the contaminants by using daylight or catalysis like titanium dioxides. Innovation in airborne pollution prevention. Ally artificial intelligence enhance electrostatic scrubbers along with precipitators for increased effectiveness. Biological filter that eliminate the volatile organic compounds by using microorganism. Technological advancement for waste to energy transformation. Concurrently generates power and aid in landfill reduction. Waste is converted into the useful energy with lower emission by pyrolysis together with gasification of plasma. Carbon dioxide capture and taking advantages. Carbon dioxide capture and taking advantages involve capturing carbon from the emission from industrial process and using it to reduce chemicals, construction material or fuels such as turning carbon dioxide into the methanol. Sustainability sensor and tracking. Real-time tracking of soil, water, and air pollution utilize Internet of the things of sensors, artificial intelligence process of data and field or remotely sensors inform it in a prediction and avoidance of pollution hotspots. The green environment restoration approaches. Photoremediation, utilizing plant to remove the contaminants or heavy metals from soils can be characterized as photoremediation or bioremediation utilizing in a bioremediation utilizing microorganism to degrade dangerous pollutant is known as bioremediation. A case study on the solar changers. In 1981, a planet named the solar changer looked 5 hours and 20 minutes to fly from Paris to England. $16,000 cells were adhered to the planet's wings along with the tails. They can generate efficient energy to run electrically powered small motor together with a propeller, and since 1987 Australia has held an entire planet solar changes for the solar powered vehicle nearly 3 years with the vehicle traveling 3000 kilometers. Mali, Africa has the first top rooftop solar power hospital in the whole world may pick up a lot of sunlight due to its location near the margin of the arid Sahara Desert. Solar energy planet provide the electricity required to operate essential devices and maintain the refrigeration of healthcare supplies. Building integration photovoltaics have become increasingly popular in the recent decades in the application in question. Photovoltaic panels are incorporated into the roofing and siding material to generate power and lower prices by substituting the expenses of conventional building supply. Germany has over the 3000 BIPV platforms, and Japan is working on the project to construct 70 70,000 BIPV
Arun ma'am,
constructions.
you are running off the time.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah. I'm going to conclude. A scientific basis of comprehensive policy and creating control strategies is powered by environmental chemistry, integrating cutting-edge technologies with environmentally friendly approaches is crucial to reducing pollution and safeguarding environment assist in light for governing environmental concern to guarantee in healthier and cleaner environment for subsequent generations. Governments, businesses and individuals must together to protect the future of the global environmental chemistry's positions in a ecological sustainability and pollution management must be advanced. It is application for the soil that exhausts water, atmospheric and industrial pollutants have been extremely helpful in lowering the environmental issues. Environmental chemistry paves the path for a cleaner, greener, and healthier and more sustainable future by encouraging advancements in agricultural sustainability, renewable energy sources, and preservation of resources as global environmental problems evolve and so too much and method used to address them. Humanity may strike an appropriate balance throughout the environmental conservation and economic growth by expanding the utilization of environmental chemistry, guaranteeing a perfect planet for a future generation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Parul ma'am. Parul ma'am, I have a question with you. As you have chosen your topic on environmental chemistry, so can you please
Yeah,
mention
ma'am.
which sustainable development goal is directly related with your topic?
Which to sustainable
Yes.
development goal?
Yes, ma'am. You have chosen topic on environmental chemistry, and the
Yeah,
conference is
ma'am.
related to the sustainable development
17,
goals.
17, 17, 17.
Ma'am, please check again.
Sustainable goal 17. 17 and
I'm,
16.
no, I am talking about which sustainable development goal is directly linked with your topic. Ma'am, it's actually when we will talk about sustainable development goal related to the environmental chemistry, then it is goal number 16, as well as we can go with the 12, 13, 14 and 15, which also connect with your topic. So you can also mention those top goals and make your study more, you can say, supportive and more fruitful for the future. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes. And from where you have taken the data, ma'am?
Ma'am, I have collected the secondary data
Yes,
from
secondary data,
websites
ma'am.
and generals and websites.
Which websites?
Ma'am, I have prepared mostly journals.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absent candidates, Dr. Ajayu, Sarafa, Mr. Rahim Tunde, Mr. Adek Plain Bello, Mr. Ramsagar Yadav. If anyone present there,
Ma'am, can we so what that number 444? Ma'am, it can be so one foot at number 44.
Hello, am I audible? Hello. Am I audible?
Sagar Yadav?
Yes. So actually, ma'am, I am a meeting right now. So I can present, but after some time, maybe around 1:30 or something, will it do?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. So, yes, yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
As we come to the end of this technical session, I sincerely thank all the presenters for their insightful research contributions and the participants for their active engagement. I now request our respected chairperson, Dr. Vandana Agarwal, to share her concluding observations and most importantly, to announce the names of two best presenters for this session. Dr. Vandana, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Hajindra, ma'am. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the participants for their well presenting their topic and justifying their topic. On behalf of the organizing team, I sincerely thanks all presenters for their valuable research contribution and insightful discussion. Your work truly reflects the vision of inclusivity and sustainable development goals. Thank you everyone for your active participation. So, before announcing best presenters for this particular session, I would like to congratulate all the participants for participating in this particular conference. So, Dr. Jajbir Singh, he is also presenting on. You have well presented and well justified with your topic. Your presentation is very good, and your graphics and your research data both are very effective and justifying your topic. So congratulations, Dr. Jasbir Singh.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
And the second one is Aditi Kaushik. Aditi Kaushik, is she there?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Your topic as well as your presentation, both justifying, and you have well presented your topic, and you have actually given a very good presentation also on your topic. So for me, both presenters got the best presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you all. So thank you, Dr. Harjinder ma'am, for
Thank
giving
you
me
so
this.
much. I now invite Deep Kaur to coordinate third technical session. Prabdeep ma'am.
Respected Chairperson, distinguished delegates,
faculty members, and dear participants. A very good afternoon to all of you. I, Prabdeep Kaur, Assistant Professor, School of Computer Science, Asian Educational Institute, Patiala. Welcome you all to the third technical session of International Conference on Inclusive Futures, Science, Education, Language, and Social Justice for Sustainable Development. We are here to explore the fundamental architectures of our world, moving from broad theme to the precise, rigorous inquiry that defines true scientific progress. To guide us through this complex landscape, we are honored to be presided over by a scholar who has spent nearly 2 decades unraveling the mysteries of the physical world. It is my privilege to introduce our chairperson, Dr. Varinderjeet Kaur, Associate Professor, GSS DGS, Khalsa College, Patiala. Dr. Kaur is a distinguished expert in theoretical nuclear physics, a field that demands the highest levels of mathematical precision and conceptual clarity. Her academic journey is marked by 18 years of dedicated service to higher education and advanced research, with a robust scholarly portfolio of 25 research publications in prestigious national and international journals. She has extensive contribution to the scientific community through various book chapters and specialized articles. Beyond these recognitions, Dr. Varinderjeet Kaur is a prolific mentor who has successfully guided numerous research scholars, translating complex theoretical frameworks into actionable knowledge. Her presence here ensures that our deliberations will be held to the highest standard of intellectual rigor. On the behalf of the organizing committee, ma'am, we thank you for sharing your expertise with us today. I now most respectfully invite Dr. Varinderjeet Kaur to deliver her opening remarks and initialize this technical session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Prabdeep. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Welcome you to the third technical session of this conference. I, Dr. Varinderjeet Kaur, Associate Professor at Khalsa College, Patiala, and it's my privilege to chair this session. Today's session brings together a rich diversity of research spanning education, environmental sustainability, gender studies, public health, digital engagement, workplace productivity, and social development. This multidisciplinary perspective reflects the evolving challenges and opportunities in our global society. So each presenter will have 8 to 10 minutes, followed by the brief interaction. So I request all the presenters to keep your presentation concise to the time limit to ensure the smooth flow of the session. I encourage active participation from the audience through thoughtful questions and the constructive discussion. So may we start, Prabdeep, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for those profound insights. As ma'am had mentioned about the protocols and the guidelines for the session, each presentation is strictly 8 to 10 minutes, and I will ring a bell when you are left with 2 minutes, that is after 6 minutes. and it will be followed by a 2-minute session for the question answers.
Yes.
With the
So
chair's
I invite,
permission, let us begin the cycle of discovery. To open our presentations, I invite Mr. Swanna Hott to present his paper titled Bridging Education and Civic Life, Community Support, Learning Experiences and Political Engagement among Cambodian Youth.
Yes, I am here.
Yes, sir.
I have you, ma'am. Good afternoon. When yes, yes. Good afternoon, ma'am, and everyone. My presentation is entitled "Bridging Education and Community Support and Learning and Political Engagement among Cambodian Youth." In In my study, they explain the context and the core theoretical claim that education functions as civic infrastructure and why community support mediate the pathway from learning to engagement and especially under unequal conditions. In this slide too, let me begin with the context. In Cambodia, youth represent a generation past, with rebuilding social trust and public life and demographic habits after decades shaped by the conflict and disruption, especially the legacy of the Khmer rule, period, and civil war. Since 2000, Cambodia has experienced educational expansion. We created new possibility for youth development and civic socialization beyond fully economic goals. But the paradox remains even education level wise, the digital awareness increases. Many young people and selectively disengage from traditional political participation. This does not mean youth are inactive, but rather than participation becomes uh, shaped by risk, opportunity, and equality. And those inequality matters social economic status, geography, and gender produce uneven access and to civic opportunity. So the same level of schooling can lead to a very different civic outcome. And next one, this leads to four guideline questions. First, the education role and how do formal and informal learning experiences foster political activism among youth. And the second one about the community impact. That how does community support reinforce or weaken education civic influence? The third one about the structural barrier. How the educational inequality shape youth activism across demographies such as rural, urban, different income and gender. And the last question is how can education be strengthened as civic infrastructure for more equitable demographic growth? Next point is about theory, education, and civic infrastructure. That now the theoretical core of this presentation is the concept of education and civic infrastructure. Often, education is discussed mainly as human capital, skill for job and productivity, but in civic terms, education also builds the foundation for citizenship, civic knowledge, and the ability to deliberate, confidence, to participate, and a sense of collective responsibility. I highlight three links that here. First, civic socialization. Second is about the community mediation. And third one is about the political agencies. And next point is about learning conflict in Cambodia. That next point that is it is very necessary to be recognized that civic learning happens in multiple places, do not only inside the classroom. And formal education provides civic knowledge and leadership skills, but critical dialogue may remain limited and quality can vary widely. And especially NGO programs and community organizations often provide experiential learning, use learn by doing, and through volunteering, community problem solving, and local engagement, although access is uneven. Another point is about religious institutions, especially particular monastery can step civic value indirectly through ethical socialization, community cohesion, and moral responsibility. And one more point is about the digital community that increase awareness, discussion, and expose to public issues. But the digital divide can prevent online awareness from translating into offline civic participation. That this is why the educational level can provide different civic outcome because the learning ecosystem around users are unequal. The next point is about mediating role of community support. That this is the surprise of the presentation community support mediated the relationship between education and civic participation. In other words, education may build knowledge and skills, but community support provide the bring that turn learning into action, right? When family, peers, and local organizations endorse civic participation, youth are more likely to finalize civic norm and view engagement and legitimacy. So, so that we can say social capital, network, or trust also reduce barrier to participation. And to collective action. In relationship community context, young people often bring through group-based volunteering, communities project, or political participation. And the next point is about the challenges. Challenges here is talk about the system inequality is shaped by persistent inequality. The geography divides mean rural youth often have fewer opportunities for participating learning, future civic program, and less access to digital if we compare to the urban youth. The socio-economic barrier, gender constraint, and institutional toxicity. So this barrier can help explain why youth engagement may appear low in formal politics while still appearing in community service, local leadership, or issues-based action. And the next point is about the pathway to political engagement. So how does engagement actually happen? In this framework, political engagement emerge through multiple pathways, not one single road. That community-based problem solving often comes first. Youth learn civic responsibility through local projects, volunteering, and group coordination. So service learning and participation can build internal political identity. The belief that I can do something politically and supporting network strengthen external efficacy, the belief that institution be responsible. That is why Cambodian youth engagement may show up as volunteering, digital advocacy, local leadership, and issues-based mobilization. Uh, Form that reflective how education when paired with community support uh, cultivate democratic capacity. And the next point is about implication. The building inclusion future, civic future application that according to the future, first participatory curricula. The second point is about the teacher development. And the third point is about a community partnership that inside school and university with civil society and local initiative. So youth gain experiential civic learning, not only theoretical knowledge. And the fourth one is about equity priority. rural and marginalized youth should have equal and access mandatory learning environment, civic program, and supporting network. So, and I close with the guiding principle from the presentation. Education as civic infrastructure empower youth not just as development beneficiary, but as democratic actors shaping sustainable and just future. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Suvana. Thank you for the insightful presentation. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the audience, please? So I have one question, Suvana. What is the most effective way to promote constructive political engagement among the young people?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Because nowadays after and the political election, so that most youth people join the participation is very low because some are limited and constrained, right, ma'am?
Okay.
Yes.
Any
Thank you,
questions
ma'am.
from the audience? Uh,
Should we move?
Should we move to the next speaker?
Yes, ma'am. Before moving to the next presentation, there is one more announcement. Our respected chairperson, Dr. Virenderjit Kaur, will be evaluating all papers to identify the best two presenters of this session to be announced during our closing. And I also request all the participants to adhere strictly to the time limit. Moving on to our next presentation, I invite Mr. Atul Chaudhary and Dr. Manoj Agarwal to present their work titled Exploring the Relationship Between Work-Life Balance and Employee Productivity, an empirical study with special reference to the NCR region. Mr. Atul Chaudhary and Dr. Manoj Agarwal. Your screen is visible, Mr. Atul Chaudhary.
Yes, it's visible. Yes, start please.
So my topic is exploring the relation between work-life balance, employees' productivity, and empirical study with special reference to Delhi NCR region. So this is my introduction part. This research investigates work-life balance connection with employees' productivity, especially for NCR region. The research analyzed how four components of work-life balance, such as time management, flexibility, workload management, combined with employee support, influence employees' productivity, job satisfaction, and loyalty. So this is my literature review part, where who in 2025, according to his research, work from home, work-life balance, job satisfaction improve productivity, while work stress, technical issues may reduce performance. So according to Burke in 2024, strong work-life balance improve mental health, job satisfaction, while long hour and a lack of flexibility increase stress and burden. So according to Goff in 2025, poor work-life balance increase burden, which lower job satisfaction, burden, and act as a mediator. So these are the research gap. So these research gap we can find out through literature review. So most work-life balance study focus on developed country. Limited research exists in emerging economy like NCR region India. Limited research explain how time management, flexibility, workload affect productivity within specific culture, organizational context. Few studies examine the role of family support and organizational policy in reducing work-life conflict. More long-term specific research is needed to better understanding work-life balance and productivity. So these are the objectives of my research: to assess the level of work-life balance among employees in NCR region. My
Sorry to
second,
interrupt.
my second
Kindly
objective.
turn your video, Mr. Atul.
Hello. So my second objective is to analyze the impact of work-life balance components such as time management, flexibility, workload management, and employee support, employees' productivity. My third objective is to examine the relation between personal life satisfaction, family responsibility within employees' productivity. My fourth objective is to evaluate the effect of work-life balance on employees' job satisfaction, work engagement, and organizational commitment in NCR region. Fifth objective is to assess the influence of work-life balance on reducing absenteeism and improve task efficiency and work quality. And the last objective is to provide recommendation for improving work-life balance practices within organization to enhance employees' productivity and job satisfaction. So these are my hypotheses. My first hypothesis is work-life balance has no significant impact on employees' productivity. And the alternative hypothesis is work-life balance has significant impact on employees' productivity. My second hypothesis is time management does not significantly affect employees' productivity. And the alternative hypothesis is time management significantly affect employees' productivity. My third hypothesis is flexibility does not significantly affect employees' productivity. And their alternative hypothesis is flexibility significantly affect employees' productivity. My fourth hypothesis is workload management does not significantly affect employees' productivity. And their alternative hypothesis is workload management significantly affect employees' productivity. My fifth hypothesis is personal life satisfaction significantly affect employees' productivity, and their alternative is employees support for work-life balance not significantly affect employees' productivity. And the last hypothesis is family responsibility does not significantly affect employees' productivity, and their alternative is family responsibility significantly affect employees' productivity. So this is my research methodology part. So this research is quantitative cross-sectional research. Uh, Target population, if we are talking about, so it is corporate public education IT sector of Delhi NCR region. If I'm talking about sample size, it is 410 respondent, and convenient sampling method is used. If I'm talking about data collection, it is online questionnaire through Likert scale, and the data is primary and secondary. Now, if I'm talking about result and analysis part, so if I'm talking about demographic profile, there are 410 respondent, where 51% of male and 49% of female. And if I'm talking about test, so here I'm using two type of test, reliability and normality test, where work-life balance. If we are talking about work-life balance, reliability test, so it is greater than 0.720, and all the variables are
Mr.
normally
Atul,
distributed. Yes, ma'am.
there is a lot of disturbance from your side.
So if I'm talking about descriptive statics, where here we are using mean value above 3.5, that shows good work-life balance and productivity. Job satisfaction 3.95, that is higher. Absenteeism, if we are talking about, that is 2.95, that is relatively low. So these are my key findings. Employees in NCR region report good work-life balance and high productivity. Work-life balance strongly improve employees' productivity. Time management, flexibility, workload management, personal life satisfaction are employee support significantly influence productivity. Family responsibility does not significantly affect productivity. Job satisfaction, task efficiency, work quality, organizational commitment, and work engagement are positively linked with work-life balance. So absenteeism decrease as work-life balance improves. So overall work-life balance leads to employees' productivity and satisfaction level also. Thank you. Is there any question from your side, ma'am?
Yes, I have one question. Atul, how you have designed your research hypothesis?
Ma'am, research hypothesis is based on the objective. Here I am framing 6 objectives. So on the basis of objective, I am framing 2 type of hypothesis, that is null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis.
So what's the basic difference between the two type of the hypothesis?
Ma'am, in null hypothesis, we use in alternative type of, if we accept alternative hypothesis, then we have to reject null hypothesis. If we accept null hypothesis, then we have to reject alternative hypothesis. So this is
So
the
it's a
basic
completely
difference.
theoretical study.
Pardon, ma'am?
It's a theoretical study, survey
Ma'am,
type.
this is not a theoretical study. It is a quantitative research where I'm using primary data, where I'm collecting the data of 410 respondent through questionnaire.
You have taken data only from the employees, not from the students.
Ma'am, from the employees working in IT sector, from the employees working in e-commerce industry.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I have question, please.
Yes, please, sir.
Question, please. Hello? Hello, can I go ahead?
You're audible, sir. Mr. Atul,
Yes, ma'am.
there is one more question for you.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
All right, the question is, what value of regression? What is the value of your regression that draw the conclusion that work-life balance and enhance employee productivity? What is the value of your regression that brought to the conclusion that work-life balance enhance employee productivity?
Pardon, please.
Should I come again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I said, what is the value of regression analysis, the value that shows that work-life balance enhances employee productivity?
Sir, the value is 0.60. The model explains 60% variation, that is R square. The value of R square is 0.60. That shows that it improves employees' productivity.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I ask one more? Can I ask one more question?
Yes, sir, you can ask.
Okay. All right. Did you, when you're taking your sample and the employee or your questionnaire, did you involve teachers as your as part of the people that filled the questionnaire?
Sir, I'm not able to understand. Will you please repeat again?
All right. You said you gathered data from questionnaires. Is that true, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, did you also involve teachers to fill the questionnaires?
Actually, sir, my respondent, my employees from corporate, employees from IT sector, or employees from education sector also. It can be teacher or it can be a administrative
Okay,
staff.
okay. Okay, noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atul Chaudhary.
Welcome,
I
ma'am.
now request our next presenter, Dr. Sonu Pannu, to present her paper titled Impact of OER and MOOCs Platform on Teaching and Learning. I now request Dr. Sonu Pannu to kindly share her screen.
Institutes, Patiala. I am glad to be a part of this conference today. Today, world is a digital world. All students and teachers mostly use the internet to find new concepts and learning methods. Students and teachers use open education resources in teaching and learning. So today, my topic of discussion is OER and MOOC platforms in teaching and learning, in which I will discuss meaning, areas, benefits, limitations, and impact of OER and MOOC in teaching and learning. Now start. Education has always been shaped by social, cultural, and technical changes. In the 21st century, digital technology has become the most powerful driver of transformation. Two major innovations, open education resources and massive open online courses, have refined how teachers teach and how students learn. OER refers to free, open, licensed material. Licensed OER MOOC have significantly transformed the learning experience of students, innovating experience of students. This digital innovation promotes self-directing learning, where students take responsibilities of their own academic progress while access to diverse resources such as videos, ebooks, stimulations, and online discussions. Learners can explore topics beyond the limits of traditional textbooks. One major benefit is personalized learning. Students can choose courses according to their interest, learning speed, and career goals. Slow learners can revisit recording lectures, while advanced learners can move ahead quickly. This flexibility enhances understanding and confidence. Open education resources is a crucial part of open education. These resources provide free digitalized materials for educators, students, and teachers. Some examples of OER are complete course modules, syllabus, homework, and all digital materials collected worldwide. In modern era, materials are kept in public domain or have been released under an open license that permits no cost access, use, adaptations, and redistribute by others with no or limited restrictions. OER educational materials which allow users to retain, reuse, revise, and remix. In simple words, open educational resources are free learning materials that anyone can use, copy, and distribute without paying money. Some important OER that provides free open access to educational materials are Google, IGNO, Wikipedia, Open Textbook Library, ePathshala, National Digital Library of India, and Prookie, where these are online platforms that provides free education materials and digital lessons for teachers and students like books, notebooks, and videos and courses. Now, importance of OER. First is free access to education. OER provides free learning materials, reducing the cost of textbooks and study resources. Second is equal learning opportunities. Students from any place or background can access quality educational content. Third is flexible and easy to use. Teachers can modify and adapt OER according to students' need. Fourth is for self-learning. Learners can study anytime and anywhere at their own pace. Fifth is improve teaching quality. Teachers can use update and diverse resources to make lesson more effective. Now next, we are moving to MOOC. MOOC stands for Massive Open Online Course. It is an online course designed for a large number of participants that can be accessed by anyone, anywhere, as long as they have internet connection. First is MOOC contribute to skill development and lifelong learning. Second is they provide opportunities for individuals to acquire new skills, update their knowledge, and earn certificates that may enhance their employability. Third is MOOC sports, not only academic advancement, but also professional development. Massive of online course in India. MOOC can be seen as a form of free open educational through online platform. In India, SWAM project has started by MHRD, Government of India. This project aims to bind online and offline education together. It is MOOC's platform launched. SWAM stands for Study Webs of Active Learning for Young Minds. Now, these are the main areas where MOOC can be used. That is school education, out of school education, undergraduate education, and post graduation education. Now, next is choice-based credit system starts in higher education in universities of India. SWAM provides various opportunities to learn choice-based courses with different schools and universities. SWAM also support unlimited learning throughout the entire life of the user. As you can see on the slide, that the course, duration, time period, level, start of the date, and end of the date. Course is defined, and according to the course, the duration, courses, times is all specified on the SWAM portal. There are two types of MOOC, two types of MOOC. First is CMOOC and second is XMOOCs. CMOOC, which are connective, massive, open online courses that share digital online learning elements and environments, are connected together in a variety of ways. Example includes courses that utilize social media, blogs, and forms of discussion. Second is XMOOCs or extended massive open online courses. XMOOCs tend to be based on content provided by universities and other educational institutions that provide significant research-based content and background in the online learning content associated with platforms like Coursera and edX, which provides courses from universities and institutions. Certificates is provided in this type of MOOC. Now, some benefits of MOOC. MOOC can be easily accessible on smartphones when limited student easily because students can pursue these online courses quickly. They are online learning courses, so users can easily access information. Many users can use MOOCs at the same time. They can be hundreds or thousands of participation at the same time for the MOOC course. They are free online courses, so it is ample opportunity for students to use this course. No education fees and no other educational platform. Digital India will encourage large amounts of education content to be accessed easily in Gram Panchayat. Now the next is limitations of OER and MOOC. First is lack of face-to-face interaction is there. Some learners may feel isolated without classroom interactions. Second is self-discipline requires online learning, demands strong motivation and time management skills. Third is technical barriers. Poor internet connectivity and lack of digital devices can restrict access. Quality assurance issues, not only online material, make academic standards. And the last is impact of OER, MOOC, platforms on teaching and learning. First is increase access. Second is enhanced learning outcomes. Third is innovative pedagogical approaches. Fourth is support for lifelong learning. Fifth is redefining education. Sixth is flexibility and personalization. Seventh is innovations in pedagogy. Then next is collaboration and sharing. Next is skill development and lifelong learning. Now, I will conclude this. OER and MOOC are powerful tools that are reshaping education. They make learning more open, flexible, and affordable, while encouraging teachers to adopt innovative methods and students to make great control of their learning. Although challenges remain, their overall impact in transformation, their democratic knowledge promotes inclusivity and prepare education system for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sonu Pannu. So I have one question for you. Can you tell me some innovative
Thank you,
teaching
Dr.
methods?
Sonu Pannu. Any questions from the participants? Virinder ma'am.
Yes, I have one question. Dr. Sonu, can you please name any 2 or 3 innovative teaching methods?
Ma'am, teachers can record their lectures and send to the online platforms.
You have talked about SWAM portal. What is the difference between the SWAM and NAPTEL program, NPTEL?
SWAM, ma'am, NAPTEL. Ma'am, in SWAM, all the courses are defined.
Yes.
And their duration, time limit is defined, and the student can give the exams online and offline. In NAPTEL, there is no opportunity for exams.
Who started the NAPTEL program?
I'm sorry, I don't know, ma'am.
Okay. IITians, they started the NAPTEL program, while SWAM was started by Government of India from class 9th to PG classes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Sonu Pannu. Now moving to our next presentation, I would like to invite Miss Christina Chine-Enobi to present her paper, Health Risk Assessment of Microplastics in Treated and Untreated Water. Miss Christina. Moving to the next I would like to invite Dr. B. Swathi to present A paper, environmental accounting, a tool for sustainable business decision making. Kindly share your screen. Dr. Swati.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just sharing my screen. Yeah. Ma'am, my screen is visible.
It's visible, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. B. Swati, Assistant Professor of Commerce, St. Mary's College, Hyderabad. And my topic for the day is environmental accounting. So what is environmental accounting? It goes by several names like green accounting, environmental management accounting, or eco accounting as well. So it is different from the traditional double entry bookkeeping.
Presentation is not visible. Screen is visible, but not the PPTs.
PPT, ma'am, I have shared PPT, ma'am. Just once again, I'll just try to share it again.
Now it's
Yes,
visible.
it's visible now.
Yeah.
It's visible.
So what is environmental accounting? As I already said, it goes by several names, and it is different from the traditional bookkeeping, where it records only the commercial transactions, and all these transactions which actually have its effect on the environment are not recorded. And environmental accounting corrects this by giving a monetary voice, I have to say, like the carbon waste or the emissions or the waste treatment, or it can be the biodiversity losses. So all these can be brought into the corporate decision making. And moreover, the UN system of environmental economic accounting is internationally accepted standard framework, and this is being adopted by the UN Statistical Commission from 2012, and this has been updated in the year 2021. Now, why does this matter? It identifies the hidden costs. Costs are incurred by the society or the environment which are not paid by the firms. Generally, a factory which dumps the industrial waste will not account for the costs. These costs are borne directly by the government or the communities which are living in that particular locality. And also, environmental accounting makes these externalities visible. There's transparency, and it assigns financial value to them. And also, it supports the ESG goals, which has become exponentially grown in the current scenario. And it will also build reputation because the regulators worldwide are tightening the disclosure requirements. Like, for example, the EU Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is effective from 2024, it mandates the comprehensive environmental disclosures for 50,000 companies, and it is mandatory for them to provide all the details regarding the environmental accounting. The main objectives of my study are to examine the role of environmental accounting in identifying and measuring the environmental costs and liabilities in the business organizations, and to also analyze how environmental accounting supports sustainable decision-making and strategic planning in the corporates. The methodology adopted was descriptive and it is analytical in nature. And the conclusions are drawn by taking the existing knowledge and also the original survey from the secondary data. So the secondary sources of data like United Nations Environment Program or the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, SEBI, World Bank, and GAP, generally accepted accounting principles, as well as the IFRS, the sustainability disclosure standards, all these have been verified. And also the company websites like Infosys, Tata, and ITC have been browsed to understand how the sustainable practices or the accounting is being followed by these companies. And coming to the scope of the study, it focuses on corporate environmental accounting practices and how the environmental accounting practices are emphasized in the decision making. And also the data, whatever has been collected, is what was available publicly, because the companies were not willing directly to provide or ask, giving us permission to entry and collect the data physically. So whatever was available on the website was collected for the purposes of this study. And the limitations of the study is it's purely based on the secondary data. And the findings are purely dependent upon the accuracy of the published reports. And there is limited access to the internal corporate environmental cost data with this respect. Coming to the types of environmental accounting, the first and foremost is the financial environmental accounting, and it will record the costs and liabilities in a formal financial statements. So these will generally, these are generally prepared by following the generally accepted accounting principles, which are subject to IFRS rules as well. So this is something what is called as external audit. And the management environmental accounting, it is something which is followed by the organizations internally. This is for forward looking and for the operational efficiency. And this provides the managers the information what they need to reduce or the methods to reduce the environmental costs and to improve the eco-efficiency of the organization. And then we have the national environmental accounting. This is also called as green GDP. It will measure the environmental impact on a country's economy by adjusting national income, national accounts, and it reflects the environmental depletion, degradation, and basically they follow the system of environmental economic accounts, which is a standardized procedure and which is accepted globally, that is considered for this. And what are the major components? The major components are environmental costs. Environmental costs can range from the conventional costs to the hidden system costs. Now, what are the conventional costs? Generally, they consider the material or energy or the water levels. It can be the environmental regulatory compliances, overheads. And also, just now I spoke about the societal costs, which are borne by the society. These are the things which are dumped by the factories and industries, and directly these costs are borne by the industries. And then we have the environmental liabilities, and these are the liabilities which represent the legal or the obligations which arise from past environmental damage. This can be the contamination of land, or it can be the asbestos removal, or it can be the chemical spills. Here we can recollect the incident of Bhopal gas in 1984, which was the chemical emission, and which has probably, we cannot measure the kind of loss what the state has, state was affected during that time. And coming to the resources accounting tracks the consumption and depletion of natural resources. It can be water, it can be energy, it can be minerals or biodiversity. These are all considered as economic assets and not as free inputs. These are not the nature's gifts, but these are considered as economic assets. And then finally, we have the sustainability reporting. It is the communication of environmental performance to the general community, that is to the investors, regulators, customers, and also the society by and large. And if you see the global trends, sustainability reporting among largest global firms, where 96% of the world's largest 50 companies, they report sustainability, and 500 ESG reporting, they have 90% issue ESG reports. And also we can see the ESG investment growth and also companies using the SDGs. And these all say or they all align with the global sustainability policies. And this shows the Indian trends. The Indian trends is again 51% of India's top 100 listed company disclose it. 44% conduct product lifecycle analysis. 89% they report sustainability leadership data. And 50% of large Indian firms are integrated with the ESG model, and 34% reduce scope 1 and 29% reduce scope 2 emissions. So coming to the decision-making support, it will help in the strategic planning which is done at the topmost level. Environmental accounting provides the data which will try to help for the long-term cost-benefit analysis. It can be relating to the carbon price emissions, or it can be the water scarcity, it can be the risk, a 10-year plan generally is prepared to support the strategic planning. And we also have financial savings, environmental cost saving, always try to reveal that green investments have strong financial returns. And it also focuses on the risk management. Environmental liabilities can be existential. So environmental accounting converts these diffuse ecological risks, something which can be measured in quantifiable terms, and also attracting the investors by investing in the green environmental accounting. And coming to the benefits, it always helps in the cost reduction, where the companies can document it by utilizing the lower energy and material usage. It also gives the competitive advantage, where companies that build environmental accounting, they have early gain competitive intelligence. And
Ma'am, we are already out of time.
yeah, ma'am. And avoids legal risks and supports the challenges as well. But coming to the challenges, there is no standardization procedure, and the implementation costs of the environmental accounting are very high, which are actually pulling back the companies for the management. And how do we measure? The measurement difficulties are there because there is no standardization for the measurement. And the experts who can actually measure the environmental accounting are limited, who can actually guide. And the future trends, the mandatory disclosures will definitely help the companies in disclosing how the environmental accounting is being done and how it is being taken into consideration for the decisions. AI-driven ESG analytics and the carbon accounting and the integrated reporting, which has been focusing on the global net worth, will also help the environmental accounting. I have taken the two cases, the Tata Group and the Infosys, and even the ITC, which are focusing on the environmental accounting, and they are justifying the accountability to the society by and large. And concluding, environmental accounting is not just an ethical practice, but it is a strategic tool, and it is a long-term sustainable competitive advantage the companies would be having, and it is becoming a strategic necessity for the resilience and for the responsible businesses. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. It was a nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have one question. You said that you have taken the secondary data.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken the data from any official website?
Yes, ma'am. Mostly I visited the official websites, and whatever, I mean, the limited data was available, not the extensive data. And even the company websites, they provided like what they were doing and how the resources or the costs were allocated, that data was not available. So I think maybe on a future date, we'll get the complete data, concise data. And this is also related to SDG. So I thought this topic would really benefit the researchers, ma'am.
Okay. I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
What benefits do organizations gain by incorporating the environmental costs into their financial planning?
Ma'am, the first and foremost, you have the recognition from the government and the society. As we see, the corporate social responsibility is part of the organizations. So this kind of acts will definitely gain the societies, they'll meet the society's expectations and also have the appreciation. And moreover, we cannot see this in the present 1 or 2 years, ma'am. This will go a long way. Maybe the future generations will definitely benefit. So this kind of recognition will definitely have, and the companies would always plan for a long-term achievement. And accounting such kind of expenses will always give a positive results, because the transparency will give much more information to the society by and large.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. Now, moving to the next presentation, I would like to call Mr. Deepak Tyagi and Dr. Manoj Agarwal to present their work, A Study of Celebrity Endorsements' Impact on Student Purchase Intention, a Conceptual Study.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
audible,
Can you
ma'am?
share your screen?
Yeah, ma'am. Please, I'm sharing my screen. Please, ma'am.
Prableen, ma'am.
Hanji, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Deepak Tyagi name is not in my list.
Ma'am, it's only Deepak Tyagi, ma'am. Ma'am, I think it's ma'am
After
PPT.
these, after Dr. Swathi, I have Mr. Alayu Muhammad.
This was updated lastly in the evening. We are sending you, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm sharing my screen, please, ma'am.
You are not audible, sir.
Varinder ma'am, while he is trying to connect, can we move on to the next presentation?
Yes, sure.
Mr. Deepak, kindly make sure your connection is you are connected to the internet. We will call you after this presentation. Now I will request Mr. Ayayu Muhammad Zakaria to present his paper role of counselors in the reduction of bullying behavior among post-basic students of Nasarawa local government area of Kano State, Nigeria.
Hello, good morning, ma'am. Am I
You missed
audible?
start. Yes, you're visible, Mr. Live.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Ali Muhammad Zakaria from Northwest University, Kano State. My research topic is role of counselors in the reduction of bullying behavior among post-basic secondary school students of Nasarawa local government area of Kano State. Let me begin with the introduction. Bullying has become more visible as an area of professional concern in the school context, as a considerable number of students are victimized by bullies each year. Therefore, guidance and counseling is an essential program in educational system that change the behaviors of students from negative ideas that is planted in them during early childhood to positive ones. Therefore, there is need for counselors to help students in shaping their behaviors through a variety of guidance services such as orientation, counseling, information, appraisal, placement, referral, and follow-up services. Based on this, there is a statement of the problem. Bullying behavior is no doubt becoming a serious problem in many schools in Nigeria. It is a potentially damaging form of disturbance because it infringes on the students' right to human dignity, privacy, freedom, security, and peace of the learning environment. Bullying affects health and well-being of students in schools. Some of the weak students are being damaged physically, while others are being disturbed psychologically through different means of bullying. Many post-basic students are more often associated with bullying behavior. This results to poor academic achievement. With this, two objectives are stated in order to guide this study. One of the objectives is to find out the role of counselors in the reduction of bullying behavior among post-basic school students of the Nasarawa local government area of Kano State, Nigeria. Secondly, to find out the impact of counseling in the reduction of bullying behavior among post-basic school students of Nasarawa local government area of Kano State. Based on these two objectives, two research questions were raised to guide this study. Therefore, there is a methodology to guide the study. The researcher adopted a descriptive survey design due to the nature of the study, where a population of 1,735 total number of students in post-basic schools in Nasarawa local government area of Kano State are being selected. The researcher considered 105 sample size to participate in the study according to Research Advisor 2006, using a stratified sampling technique. The research instrument used in the study was a structured questionnaire named Role of Counselors on Students' Bullying Behavior Questionnaire. The data were analyzed using a mean and standard deviation to enumerate the total number of respondents who correctly completed the questionnaire. With this, there are two summary of findings based on the two objectives stated and two research questions raised in order to have the total number of findings of the study based on the data analysis. Based on the data analysis, the summary of the findings was done in line with the research objectives. Number one, the major role of a counselor on bullying behavior among secondary school students of Nasarawa local government area is to assist and help students in planning for educational and vocational choices and stop being negative to other students. Secondly, the major benefit of counseling to secondary school students of Nasarawa local government is to develop social adjustment abilities, citizenship education, well adjustment in different school activities and facilities. However, in conclusion, this study concluded that the role of a counselor on bullying behavior of students is to assist and help students in planning for educational and vocational choices and stop being negative to other students. The major benefit of counseling to secondary school students is to develop social adjustment abilities, citizenship education, well adjusted in different social activities and facilities, because students need counseling at any level of education. The absence of a professional counselor will lead to a great failure in students' academic life. Based on this, the researcher recommends the following recommendations. One, teachers should find a way of tackling bullying behavior among secondary school students and consider the different roles of a counselor to students. This will enable him to assist students stop being bullied to others. The second recommendation, government should provide counseling unit in each school from primary to tertiary institutions, and the school administration and counselors should organize counseling services regularly to students. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Layo. You said that the survey you have done, that you started using the mean and standard deviation. Have you done this using Excel or running any program?
No, I have used SPSS, ma.
Yeah.
I have used SPSS.
Okay. And what's your view on the zero tolerance policy on bullying? What you say about the zero tolerance policy?
Hello?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible now.
Yeah. I am asking, what's your view on the zero tolerance policy on bullying?
Zero policy.
Zero tolerance policy.
Okay. When bullying behavior is being tackled by most of the post-basic school students, then we are going to have a peaceful education so that other students will not be bullied by others.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Are you ready, Mr. Deepak Tyagi? Mr. Deepak Tyagi and Dr. Manoj Agarwal.
We may shift to the next participant.
Sure, ma'am. Now I would like to call Dr. Alufemi Oladosu to present his paper on gender policy and female representation in federal legislature in Nigeria's Fourth Republic. Dr. Olufemi. Now I would like to call Mr. Lalita Kumari and Dr. Neha Yajurvedi to present the paper Mapping Ethical Digital Marketing and Female Consent
Deepak_MBA.
in the luxury brands.
Ma'am,
Hanji, Mr.
excuse me, ma'am.
Tyagi, are you ready with your PPTs?
Ma'am, can I present it after that, ma'am? After that presentation, ma'am?
You may present now.
Ma'am, I need 2 or 3 minutes, ma'am. Please, I'm changing my laptop, which it is creating problem. That's why I will present it after that, ma'am. After that presentation.
Okay, sir. Miss Lalita Kumari.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. I'm starting.
Okay, start sharing your screen, ma'am.
Yes.
Kindly turn
Okay.
on your video.
1 second, ma'am. 1 second. I am doing that. Is it okay in this way? This way?
It's visible, ma'am.
Okay. Just a moment. I need 1 second just to this way.
You can continue, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, Dr. Varinderjeet Kaur, ma'am, coordinator, and other participants. I am Lalita Kumari, research scholar, Knight School of Business, Shobit Institute of Engineering and Technology, deemed to be University Meerut. And my paper which I'm presenting today is Mapping Ethical Digital Marketing and Female Consumer Engagement in Luxury Brands by Bibliometric and Conceptual Analysis. Basically, this work explores the intellectual structure of research at the intersection of ethical digital marketing, social media, and female consumer engagement in sustainable luxury brand context. It's rather than being an empirically tested paper or model, this study systematically maps the existing literature because research on ethical digital marketing is fragmented across sustainability, consumer behavior, and digital marketing fields. And a bibliometric approach is necessary before we empirically test and develop a meaningful and conceptual framework. It's not working or what? 1 second, ma'am. My slide is not okay. The luxury industry is undergoing digital transformation where sustainability and transparency has become central expectations. Female consumers, in particular, evaluate brands through ethical alignment and emotional connections. Social media has converted luxury branding from one-way storytelling to participatory engagement. However, existing research is scattered across sustainability, marketing, and consumer behavior literature, making theoretical development difficult. Therefore, a systematic mapping of knowledge becomes necessary. These are some of the literatures which I reviewed and come to the research gap. So luxury marketers today are not driven only by prestige, but also by digital communication and sustainability values. Female consumers especially evaluate brands based on authenticity, transparency, and ethical behavior. However, prior research mostly studies digital marketing, sustainability, and consumer engagement separately. We still lack an integral understanding of how these interact in sustainable luxury context. Therefore, this study maps the intellectual structure of the literature to understand their relationship and guide future research. These are the objectives to map the intellectual structure of research on digital marketing, social media, and consumer engagement with reference to female consumers, to examine the role of social media in shaping perception, trust, engagement among female consumers of sustainable luxury brands. Third, to identify what are the dominant and emerging research themes with the help of bibliometric and thematic analysis. And fourth, to propose a conceptual framework linking sustainability-oriented digital marketing strategies with female consumer engagement in electronic commerce. This is the research methodology. So basically, it is an integrative approach which we have used here. Bibliometric analysis is combined with manual content analysis to provide both quantitative mapping and conceptual interpretation. We performed bibliometric analysis and for the same we search the relevant literature using the Scopus database, as it is the most widely used multidisciplinary database for analyzing scientific publications. And we searched in the month of February 2026 only with the Boolean search criteria. After shortlisting the documents, we downloaded a comprehensive data file in the CSV format. And here you can show that out of 190 papers, and after basically filtering, we reached to the level of total 75 papers. We went for bibliometric analysis because it's a quantitative and systematic examination of scientific field, and it is most of the time used to identify the most based on frequently cited publications in journal to access global patterns in a particular research domain, to identify common subdomains, and to create visualizations for co-authorship or cross-border collaborations, co-citation networks, and bibliographic coupling. Our study conducts a bibliometric analysis using two software programs, the VOS Viewer and Bibliometrics R tool, to visualize and analyze relationship between keywords, authors, organization, journals, document references, countries, where bibliometrics is on R package that performs bibliometric analysis using specialized tool for concluding both bibliometric studies. So these are the results. This is the thematic map which we generated using our bibliometric R package. So basically here we can see that there are 4 quadrants representing 4 subdomains, and according to centrality, which is relevance to the field, and the density level of developments, forming the 4 quadrants. First is motor theme, which is the upper right quadrant. That are all the sub themes here are well developed. Niche theme, the upper, basically here, this is the theme. If you can see my cursor here, these themes are the marginally important ones. Declining, these are the declining themes or have very lower potential to be work on in future. This is the as I can say basic theme here. This is the lower right quadrant that are important yet underdeveloped. So basically how these themes work. So if I have go with motor theme first, here the keywords are sustainable development, digital transformation, consumer behavior amongst all. This themes represents the conceptually mature and structurally important core of research domain. These topics are both highly developed internally and strongly connected to the other themes. And here the findings indicate that contemporary scholarship consistently focuses on sustainability and consumer behavior understanding in digital environment. And it suggests a broader academic community already recognizes responsible consumption and behavioral response to digital transformation as a foundation of research in luxury and ethical marketing context. Coming to basic theme is basically fundamental to the all fields, but still it's not that developed or theoretically underdeveloped. Though social media and marketing and influencer communication appear frequently across studies and remain highly relevant, they lack deeper conceptual integration and sustainability engagement theories. As far as the niche theme, which have the low centrality and high density, says that is are well developed but isolated research streams. Consumer engagement has been extremely extensively examined with strong internal theoretical depths, yet it remains weakly connected to the broader sustainability and digital marketing discourse. This fragmentation suggests that engagement research have evolved separately rather than being integrated into ethical and sustainability oriented marketing framework. Fourth, which is the emerging or declining theme, have the low centrality and low density. So basically these themes represents new or transforming research directions that are not yet fully developed or integrated into the core literature. So considering the paucity of time, I move to another
You're left with 1 minute, ma'am.
yeah, that's why I'm moving fast. This is already have explained. Okay. So this is basically keyword co-occurrence network analysis, which I generated with the help of WAS viewer. It visualized using WAS viewer revealing multiple interconnected research clusters, as we can say here. If it's visible, sustainable development, social media, these are the different clusters. The dominant cluster revolves around social media, marketing, sustainable development, and consumer behaving, indicating a multidisciplinary convergence of social digital marketing. The strong links among these clusters suggest that ethical digital marketing practices increasingly influence consumer perceptions, consumer engagement, and sustainable consumption. Okay, as very quickly, this is the basically sub network analysis. Again, we have created this with the help of WOS viewer software. This subnetwork highlights the structural importance of social media in the field of research. In this visualization, social media appears as the central role, meaning it connects the largest number of related concepts and it links directly with the consumer engagement, showing that engagement largely occurs through interactive digital platforms, and its connection with the perception indicates that social media shapes. Sorry, ma'am. I'll just very briefly. Okay, so sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
Conclude
Okay, I'll just conclude with the last. These are the maps just for your
You just go to
viewing.
the conclusion, ma'am.
Okay, fine. This is a conclusion basically, ma'am. So, this study demonstrates that social media functions as central linking mechanism between ethical communication and female consumer engagement in sustainable luxury context. Sustainability-driven digital marketing enhances perception and trust, which then translates into cognitive, emotional, and behavioral engagement, ultimately leading to loyalty, advocacy, and purchase intention. This study contributes theoretically by integrating fragmented literature through bibliometric mapping and by proposing a structured conceptual framework for future empirical validation. Managerially, the findings suggest that female consumers respond strongly to transparent and value-aligned communication, indicating that ethical digital marketing is becoming foundational in luxury branding. This study definitely aligns with the broader sustainable development goals, particularly with the gender inclusion government goal SDG 5 and the responsible consumption goal 12. So with this, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you please explain brief steps of mapping?
Yes, ma'am. So basically, for this particular purpose, I searched with the Boolean search criteria on the Scopus database, where I basically used 3-4 keywords like female consumer, digital marketing strategies, consumer engagement, and with the help of we come to, and also after applying so many criterias, like I chose only English literature. I have selected paper timing from 2021 till 2026, the day on which I extracted that file from in the CSV format from Scopus. And then we after all the filtration, we come to know 75 papers, and then the data, it was uploaded on the R software. And then from that, Biblioshiny, through creating through the coding and everything, through Biblioshiny, we get the file. And from there, we get this thematic map.
Okay, and which software you have used for plotting the graphs?
Ma'am, see, for thematic map, I used, as I said, R package. For map, was Viewer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Lalita Kumari.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, okay. I'll just,
Moving
I'm just figuring out how to.
I would like to call Miss Simmi Bawa, Miss Anushka Gogia, and Miss
Ma'am, may I present?
Vipasha Asli.
I'll just stop sharing.
Present
Okay.
the
May I present,
paper
ma'am?
Him in the Ethical Fog, Gendered Navigation of Ambiguous Morality.
Ma'am,
Yes, I'll just share my screen. 1 minute.
excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, Deepak, are you ready? We will
Should
follow
I?
you after the presentation, please.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. Today, my teammate Anushka and I, Vipasha, will be presenting our research paper, which is titled Him versus Her in the Ethical Fog, Gendered Navigation of Ambiguous Morality. This study looks at what happens when we are not choosing between right and wrong, but between two things that both feel right in different ways. We have explored how men and women experience and resolve these morally confusing situations differently. One example would be deciding whether to tell a painful truth to a patient or to protect them from distress. Both choices may feel right in the moment, but both have their own cost. Coming to the concept of moral uncertainty, it is when a person cannot clearly decide the morally correct action because multiple ethical values are equally valid. It is not a right versus wrong situation, but rather a right versus right conflict. We may feel torn between care versus fairness, loyalty versus integrity, or autonomy versus responsibility. These situations show that morality is not fixed, it is emotional, relational, and context dependent. Next, coming to the aim of our study, it is to understand how gender shapes the experience and resolution of moral dilemmas. Specifically, we have examined how men and women interpret morally ambiguous situations, how they respond when values conflict, and whether these differences come from thinking styles, emotional processing, or socialization. Importantly, we are not asking who is moral, but how morality is experienced differently. Coming on to the research focus, our research combines philosophy and psychology. We have considered the normative question of what people should do and also the psychological question of what people actually do. So, our central research question is how do men and women interpret, emotionally experience, and resolve moral uncertainty in real life ethical dilemmas? Coming to the theoretical foundations, we have used Green's dual process model, which says that moral decisions come from an emotional harm avoidance system as well as a logical and outcome focused system. Have also based our research on Gilligan's ethics of care, which focus on the relational and empathetic orientation of human beings. We have also looked at Kohlberg's justice framework, which is a more rule based reasoning. So, empirical research has shown that these are not ability differences, but they stem from emotional sensitivity, socialization, and lived roles. Moral judgments are often emotion first and reasoning later. Coming to the methodology, we have used a qualitative interpretive design to capture the real life experiences of moral uncertainty. Instead of looking at only hypothetical situations, we have used three sources of data, which is literature review, case based analysis, and semi structured interviews with experts. We have interviewed a clinical psychologist, Dr. Friana Shinde, a corporate wellness coach, Ms. Vibha Chopra, and a medical practitioner, Dr. Himalaya Baldev. The dilemmas we discussed included abortion, harmless lying in caregiving, AI in decision making, whistleblowing, and passive euthanasia. These real world situations will help us see how moral uncertainty is actually experienced across these different contexts. Now, my teammate Anushka will continue.
So I'm going to be sharing about the findings that we observed in our interview with Dr. Himalaya Baldev. End of life decision making presents one of the most emotionally complex forms of moral uncertainty. The ethical tension lies between preserving life and preserving dignity. He says that men often prioritize medical prognosis and decisiveness to reduce prolonged suffering. After making a decision, they may emotionally detach to maintain stability. He also says that women tend to prioritize relational continuity and emotional readiness. Even with poor prognosis, they may engage in extended deliberation, often experiencing prolonged guilt and rumination. Both positions are rooted in care, but expressed through different emotional and cognitive pathways. Next, we also did an interview with Miss Vibha Chopra, who's a corporate wellness coach, where we covered the theme of whistleblowing and moral uncertainty. Whistleblowing presents a powerful example of moral conflict between organizational loyalty and personal integrity. Interestingly, uncertainty here does not arise from lack of ethical awareness, but from the fear of retaliation, career risk, and lack of psychological safety. Mid level employees experience the highest uncertainty because they are structurally vulnerable. Women may voice concerns earlier than men due to communicative sensitivity, but they also fear the social backlash. Men may delay action due to economic responsibilities and perceived career threats. So, whistleblowing becomes less about knowing right from wrong and more about navigating risk through power structures. Next, we covered the theme of AI reliance and shifting of locus of control. In corporate environments, AI increasingly functions as a legitimizing authority in ethical decision making. Employees use AI to validate decisions and reduce personal accountability when ethical clarity is lacking. Women often use AI to rationalize intuitive or relational decisions that may not align with dominant data driven norms. Whereas men tend to use AI to reinforce outcome based reasoning focused on efficiency and measurable performance. And they often overlook reflection and self reflection and emotional reflection. In both cases, AI diffuses responsibility. Decisions feel externally validated rather than internally owned. Next, we'll be talking about the AI reliance and shifting of locus of control in clinical context based on our interview with Dr. Friana Shinde. In clinical context, we observe increasing reliance on AI for emotional regulation and moral clarity. Women tend to use AI for emotional validation and reassurance, especially when dealing with guilt or relational conflict. She also says that men are more likely to use AI for structured problem solving and cognitive clarity to reduce ambiguity. This weakens self trust, making therapeutic engagement important to restore internal moral agency. We also cover the topics of harmless lying and moral uncertainty. Harmless lying is also called as white lies. In situations involving harmless lying, what becomes interesting is that morality is not judged purely on intention but on emotional and psychological consequences. For example, in caregiving contexts such as geriatric care or terminal illness, a lie may be seen as ethically permissible if it protects emotional well-being. What we found is that women are more likely to engage in harmless lying to preserve relational harmony, while men, on the other hand, may initially agree with concealment but often shift towards disclosure to reduce moral ambiguity and restore clarity. Next topic that we covered was abortion and moral uncertainty. Uh, Moral uncertainty is emotional strain, not ethical confusion. Clients are clear about their values but distressed by responsibility, societal judgment, and consequences.
One minute.
Yes, ma'am. When women perceive their decision as uncoerced, emotional relief predominates, distress intensifies under moral absolutism, while men often rely on socially sanctioned views until personally involved, leading to more pragmatic timing and civility focused reasoning that may suppress emotional complexity. Next, conclusion. Vipasha. Next. So, to conclude, moral uncertainty is not a flaw but a core feature of ethical life. Decisions are shaped by reason, emotion, relationships, and social context. Gender does not determine morality, it shapes how it is experienced and expressed. And sometimes what seems morally wrong in isolation may be the most compassionate choice within its full context. It challenges the assumption that gender differences reflect cognitive ability, suggesting that instead they arise from affective sensitivity, socialization, and relational roles. Thank you.
Thank you. You have given the data, whole data theoretically, neither in the tabular form nor in the graphical form. So, what do you say about this? It's just a theoretical work you have presented uh, in lines just. So, my suggestion is that you must have the data in the tabular form, or you must show the data graphically.
Okay, ma'am. So ours was a qualitative study and our methodology was interviews. So we transcribed the interviews and we shared the findings.
But for the more impressive way is to share the data graphically or in the tabular form.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Anushka. Now I will request Mr. Deepak Tyagi to kindly share his PPTs. It is visible, Mr. Tyagi. You may start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Deepak Tyagi, Research Scholar, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad. My research paper topic is a study of celebrity endorsement impact on student purchase intention, a conceptual study. In today's saturated media landscape, celebrity endorsement cut through the noise by transferring a public figure, popularity, and values to brands. Students constantly exposed to promotional content across digital platform represent a vital consumer segment driven by identified development, social belonging, and self-expression. This research explores how celebrity relates attribute influence student attitudes and purchase intentions, offer insights for marketers targeting youth markets. The research objective in that paper to examine the celebrity endorsement, analyze its growing significance in contemporary market communication, understand student response, how students respond, to investigate how endorsements shape students' attitudes and behavioral response, as well as to identify key factors to determine celebrity attributes like credibility, attractiveness, and brand congruence that drive purchase intention, and to develop a framework model regarding that. Basically, there are three pillars for endorsement which makes effective endorsement policies. Number one is source credibility, expertise, and trustworthiness of celebrity that determine the believability. Student trust celebrities perceived as knowledgeable and reliable. Like if we are promoting any sports brands, then we can use athletes or other sports person for promoting their brands. Source attractiveness, physical appeal, likability, and familiarity capture attentions. Attractive celebrities create aspirational values, especially for fashion and lifestyle products. Brand celebrity and congruence. The fit between celebrity and brand identity enhance authenticity. Students quickly detect mismatch, which can erode trust. what we see that if we are not correlate the characteristics of brand and characteristics of the product, characteristics of brand and characteristics of celebrity, then it would not be possible to do effective advertisement or effective endorsements of that particular product. And there is a very less chances ki not only student, another person will get it correctly or will get influenced by it. The research methodology which I have used in that paper, the research design is conceptual and exploratory study I have used. The approach which I have used, development of a theoretical framework through systematic literature review. The data which I have used, it is completely secondary data which I have taken from peer-reviewed journals, book, industry report, and case studies. The theoretical base source effectiveness and I have shown the celebrity attributes which is connected with the student identification, brand attributes, and purchase intention. Now, what makes endorsement effective for a student? Which are earlier I have discussed that if we are promoting our brand with the experts of that particular brands or the expert from that particular area, then it will impact more. Students respond to celebrities with relevant knowledge, fitness, influencers for athletic wears, tech experts for gadgets, etc. Most necessary that physical attractiveness and lifestyle, emotional bonds. Students want celebrity to admire that all things. Number 3 is logical fit. The characteristics of the brand and the characteristic of celebrity that must be logically connected to each other. For marketers, they make a strategically selection of the celebrities in their brands, build authentic connections, leverage digital platform, and maintain ethical standards for promoting their brands. The research contribution, there may be two kinds of research contribution via that research paper. First one is academic significance and managerial values. In academic significance, fills gap by focusing especially on student as distinct consumers, integrates multiple theories into unified conceptual framework, identify student identification and key mediating variables, provide foundation for future empirical research. In the managerial values, guide target advertising campaigns for student markets, help evaluate endorsement, effectiveness and ROI, inform ethical market practices, supports informed celebrity and selection decision. The finding and conclusion, celebrity endorsement powerfully influence student purchase intention when executed strategically. Success depends on credibility, attractiveness, and brand congruence, not celebrity fame alone. Students actively evaluate endorsement for authenticity and relevance, making careful selection and genuine connections essentials. This conceptual framework is theory and practice, offering markets actionable insight for engaging student, consumer, advancing academic understandings for youth-oriented marketing in today's digital landscape. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tyagi. You have taken the data from the, you have a secondary data or primary data?
Ma'am, only secondary data I have taken for that paper.
From which website?
Ma'am, I have taken the data from the various website of the different bands, and as well as I have studied the research paper for that and taken some examples from the books also.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak.
Thank you so much.
Moving to the next presentation. I would like to call Ms. Kritika Solanki and Professor Mohammad Arshad to present their study on emotional autonomy, legal insecurity, gendered experiences of living relationships in Delhi NCR. Ms. Kritika Solanki.
I think she is not here.
Are you there, Ms. Kritika? Moving to the next presentation, I would like to call Mrs. Lovely Gupta to present her study, Women and Girls in STEM, Challenges and Opportunities.
Yes, ma'am.
Prablin ma'am, how many presentations are left? Prablin ma'am?
Is the screen visible, ma'am? Is it quickly visible?
You may start, Mrs. Lovely Gupta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm presenting a paper on the topic Women and Girls in STEM, Challenges and Opportunities. Ma'am, is my PPT visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So here's the overview
Turn
of
on your video, ma'am.
I'm not able to see my PPT in just a second. So is my presentation visible on the screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
And please be fast.
Okay. So to begin with the presentation, here are the key components of the paper: abstract introduction, problem, objectives, challenges and opportunities, conclusion, and references. Also, despite continuous effort to achieve gender equity, the representation of women and girls in STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, it remained comparatively low across the world. The paper investigates the key challenges as well as the potential opportunities that are available for influencing and enhancing the participation of women and girls in STEM education and career. The study concludes that enhancing women participation in STEM is crucial not only for achieving gender equality but also for fostering scientific innovation, economic progress, and sustainable development. Introduction. STEM play a vital role in shaping modern society by fostering innovation, economic growth, technological advancement, and it is seen at the world level. Countries that prioritize STEM education and research are better positioned to compete globally and address complex social and environmental challenges. The imbalance does not only emerge at the professional stage, but it began much earlier during the childhood at the school level only, which girls often face stereotypes, limited exposure, less female role model in STEM, and less motivation to pursue their careers in the STEM-related field. Therefore, gender inequality in STEM should be viewed as a major challenge and societal as well as education issue rather than an employment concern. Then the problem, the paper aims to study about the low representation of female in the STEM worldwide, which mainly occurs due to the stereotypes, access gaps, lack of mentors, and institutional bias. The objective of the study are the paper aims to identify structural and socio-cultural barriers affecting participation, analyze psychological and institutional challenges, highlight emerging opportunities and policy intervention, propose actionable recommendations for inclusive STEM ecosystem. Now, what are the various challenges faced by women and girls in STEM? There are certain.
Miss Lovely,
Yes, ma'am.
please turn on your video.
Ma'am, it's already turned on. Turned on, ma'am.
You are not visible. Your face is not visible.
Is it visible now?
No, it's not visible to me. Prablin ma'am, is it visible?
It's also not visible to anyone.
Switch on your video, your face.
It's not getting on, ma'am. I'm doing it.
It's okay, you move on. It's okay.
Okay. So, coming up with the challenges faced by women and girls in STEM, there are certain barriers, socio-cultural barriers, educational barriers, institutional barriers, and psychological barriers. To get detailed in with these barriers, socio-cultural barriers, it includes gender stereotypes, which is it's a preconceived notion that men are naturally better suited for mathematics, science, and technological roles. From a very early stage, girls receive messages that prioritize caregiving roles over technical professions. Second is family and the community expectation. In many societies, girls face pressure to choose socially acceptable professions rather than pursuing technical careers, which perceived a demanding role. Media representation, such beliefs are strongly reinforced through media. No absence of visible female role models contributes to a perception that STEM is male dominated. Educational barriers, this includes classroom dynamics. Teachers may consciously or subconsciously interact differently with male and female students in STEM classrooms. Boys may receive more encouragement to participate in experiments and problem-solving tasks than female students. Curriculum design. Traditional curriculum may lack contextual relevance or inclusive representation. Curriculum redesigning is necessary to foster engagement among all learners. The next is limited access to resources and quality education. Girls have reduced or limited access to advanced labs, digital infrastructure, coding platforms, and extracurricular programs which restrict their skill development. Teacher biasness, it is similar to classroom dynamics that teachers may consciously or subconsciously interact differently with both the students. Where educators hold lower expectation from girls in maths and science, it can negatively affect their achievement. Psychological barriers. This includes stereotype threat that art decisions are majorly influenced by the stereotypes that pink is for girls and blue is for boys. Similarly, STEM-related fields are considered more suitable for boys rather than female. Next is imposter syndrome. This is maybe outcome of the stereotypes that many women with despite their capability, they feel they have the feeling of self-doubt or incapability despite strong qualifications. So imposter syndrome is a barrier in the STEM industry for the girls and women. Lack of self-confidence, even girls, when they are performing equally or better than boys, they may underestimate their capability in math and science due to societal conditioning and classroom dynamics. Lack of role models, absence of female scientists or
Miss
engineers.
Lovely, please be fast. Your time is running out.
Okay, lack of role models. Next, we can come to institutional workplace barriers. This includes gender pay gap, leadership gap, work-life balance challenges, limited networking opportunities. Now we come to the various opportunities that are available for women to work in STEM industry. First is policy intervention. It may include scholarship programs, various campaigns, etc. Next is inclusive pedagogical practices. This includes gender sensitive teaching practices, curriculum redesigning. Next is mentorship and networking programs. It includes initiative and various programs that connect women professionals, digital platforms and online learning through virtual labs, coding platforms, etc. Alignment with national policies. Various programs and scholarships are available for women candidates. Next, we come to role of education institution. Education institution play a very vital role for cultivating interest and competence in STEM for the women candidates. First is early childhood intervention. Second is teacher training and gender sensitization. Third is mentorship programs. And fourth is institutional climate. Recommendation. There are certain recommendations that we are recommending for strengthening women participation in STEM. Early childhood and school level interventions, curriculum and pedagogical reforms, strengthening mentorship ecosystems, institutional accountability and governance reform, financial support and incentive structures, industry academic.
Come to the conclusion, ma'am.
Okay. The conclusion. The underrepresentation of women and girls in STEM remains the global challenge shaped by social, cultural, educational, and institutional factors. While significant barriers persist, emerging opportunities through policy reforms, inclusive education, and mentorship programs provide hope for progress. Ensuring equitable participation in STEM is not only a matter of gender justice but also essential for fostering innovation, economic development, and sustainable growth. As I conclude the topic, thank you.
It's okay, Prablin ma'am. No question from my side.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm announcing the names of the absentees. Miss Christina, Dr. Olefemi, Miss Kratika. Anyone present from the absentees? And the absentees from the second technical session may present in the fourth technical session. As we bring the presentation of third technical session to a close. We thank our presenters for their dedication to the heart of their work. I now request our chairperson, Dr. Varinderjit Kaur, to share her concluding synthesis of today's findings and to announce the best two presenters who have demonstrated exceptional clarity and rigor.
Thank you, Prablin ma'am. Thank you to all our presenters for the thoughtful and impactful contributions. The diversity of perspectives shared today reflects the strength of interdisciplinary research in addressing the complex societal challenges. I would like to thank all the participants for their attentive presence and meaningful engagement. And the session coordinator, I would also like to thank session coordinator Ms. Prabdeep Kaur for her support in ensuring the smooth conduct of the session. After careful considerations, the two best presentations selected for the third technical session are first is Dr. B. Swathi. The topic was environmental accounting, a tool for sustainable business decision making. Dr. B. Swathi.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. So you have very well presented your topic and justified your topic as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the appreciation. Thank you.
Congratulations. And the second is Miss Lalita Kumari.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Your presentation was also very good, although it was running out of time, but the presentation was good.
I really worked hard on it, and I think it really paid off. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank both of you. Many congratulations from my side. So with this, I formally conclude the third technical session of this conference. So thank you all for your participation and contribution. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, just for the sake of it, Lalita Kumar, you said the second name.
Yeah.
You said Lalita Kumari second name, na? I'm
No. These two are the best presentations.
Okay,
These
so
two
I am certainly one of them. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your expert guidance and for upholding the scholarly standards of this conference. Congratulations to our winners. We now officially concluding this session. I will now invite Dr. Harjinder Pal Kaur to coordinate the fourth technical session. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day ahead.
Respected chairperson, esteemed delegates, presenters, and fellow participants. A very good afternoon to everyone. I, Dr. Harjinder Palkar, Assistant Professor in School of Arts and Social Science, coordinate the fourth technical session of the second day of International Conference. Our chairperson will join shortly.
लिंक भेजा ना तुम्हारे
ठीक है वही कर देंगे आगे बस
निशान से
Our chairperson will join us in few minutes.
हेलो हेलो
ठीक है सर, करो जी कंटिन्यू।
वीडियो ऑन करनी
I warmly welcome you to technical session 4 of our international conference on inclusive future, science, education, language, and social justice for sustainable development. This session serves as a vital platform for interdisciplinary dialogue, bringing together innovative research that intersects science and social equity. We look forward to a session defined by strong academic deliberations and the meaningful exchange of ideas. It is my great honor to introduce Dr. Nishant Singh Deol, Professor and former Dean at Punjabi University, Patiala. Dr. Deol is a highly respected professor in the field of physical education with over 30 years of the teaching and research experience. He holds a PhD from Jivaji University, Gwalior and has qualified UGC NET. He has published 19 books and more than 140 research papers in national and international journals. He has been awarded three patents and has successfully completed major research projects funded by University Grants Commission. Dr. Deol has held several well-positioned, including Dean, Faculty of Education and Information Science, Provost, Head of the Department of Physical Education, and member of the Syndicate at Punjabi University. Internationally, he has presented research papers at Harvard University, USA, and has academic exposure in Canada and Europe. He is also an independent observer of National Anti-Doping Agency, New Delhi, India, at a trained assessor of NAC. With the vast experience, leadership, and remarkable contribution to sports, science, and physical education, we feel truly honored to have him with us today. I now most respectfully invite our chairperson, Dr. Nishant Singh Deol, to share his opening remarks and formally set this technical session in motion.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I like to congratulate the organizing committee of Asian Educational Institute of Punjab. As I am already being directed by the organizing committee that we are running short of time. So without take much of time, I like to invite the first speaker on the dais for the presentation, and best of luck all the speakers who will speak on the dais today for the upliftment of the physical education and sports.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Paramjeet Kaur, Pain.
Stop.
Hi, Dr.
Good afternoon to all. I, Dr. Paramjit Kaur, working as an Assistant Professor of Punjabi from Education Department, Educational Institute College of Education, Patiala. Today, I present my topic, The Pain of Punjab, the Shrinking of the Lexicon, Dialectical Diversity in Traditional Punjabi. ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰ ਦੀ ਧੜਕਣ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ, ਹਾਸੇ ਮਜ਼ਾਕ ਅਤੇ ਆਤਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਦਰਸਾਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਮਾਝੀ ਦੇ ਸੁਰੀਲੇ ਸੁਰਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਮਲਵਈ ਦੇ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਤਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਪੋਠੋਹਾਰੀ ਤੇ ਲਹਿੰਦੀ ਤੇ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਸਵਾਦਾਂ ਤੱਕ ਸਦੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਪਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਜੀਵੰਤ ਕੈਲੀਡੋਸਕੋਪਿਕ ਮਜ਼ੇਕ ਵਜੋਂ ਪ੍ਰਫੁੱਲਿਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਆਧੁਨਿਕ ਯੁੱਗ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਡੂੰਘੀ ਭਾਵਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਲਿਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਦਰਦ ਇਸ ਸ਼ਾਂਤ ਵਿਨਾਸ਼ਕਾਰੀ ਕਟੌਤੀ ਦਾ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਕੋਸ਼ ਦਾ ਸੁੰਗੜਨਾ ਅਤੇ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਅਮੀਰ ਦਵੰਦ ਦੀ ਵਿਭਿੰਨਤਾ ਦਾ ਸਮਰੂਪੀਕਰਨ ਅਤੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰੀਕਰਨ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਰਾਜਨੀਤਿਕ ਦਬਾਅ ਤੇ ਮਿਆਰੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਮੁੱਖ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਈ ਫਰੈਂਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਮਰਥਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਖੇਤੀਬਾੜੀ ਲੋਕਧਾਰਾਵਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਰੋਜ਼ਾਨਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੀ ਸੂਖਮ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਵੀ ਫਿੱਕੀ ਪੈਣ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਰਿਵਿਊ ਪੀਟਰ ਟੂਰਗੇਲ ਨੇ 1992 ਦੇ ਅਧਿਐਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਈ ਡੂੰਘਾਈ ਦਾ ਖੋਰਾ ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਬਦਕੋਸ਼ ਦੇ ਸੁੰਗੜਨ ਦਾ ਵਿਭਿੰਨਤਾ ਦਾ ਸਮਤਲ ਹੋਣਾ ਤੇ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਈ ਖੋਜ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਉੱਭਰਦਾ ਕੇਂਦਰ ਬਿੰਦੂ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਸਮੀਖਿਆ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਘਟਨ, ਉਪਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਮਰੂਪੀਕਰਨ ਅਤੇ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਰਾਜਨੀਤਿਕ ਚਾਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਮੌਜੂਦਾ ਵਿਦਵਤਾ ਦੀ ਜਾਂਚ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਵਿਦਵਾਨਾਂ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸੁਭਾਅ ਦੀ ਧੀਮੀ ਮੌਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਅਤੇ ਅਰਥ ਸੰਕੁਚਨ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਬੰਧਿਤ ਹਾਲੀਆ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਹਿਰੀ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਵਰਗ ਸ਼ਬਦਕ ਘਾਟ ਨੂੰ ਉਜਾਗਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਖੋਜ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇਦਾਰੀ ਢਾਂਚੇ ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰ ਤੇ ਕੇਂਦਰੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਪਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਰਣਨ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਵਾਰੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਉਰਦੂ ਜਾਂ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਸਮਾਨਾਰਥੀ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਬਦਲਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ ਵਰਡ ਅਤੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਧਾਰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦੇ ਬਦਲਾਅ ਦੇ ਕਾਰਨ ਜਾਂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਸਮਰੂਪੀਕਰਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਵੀ ਇਤਿਹਾਸਿਕ ਪੱਖੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਇੱਕ ਡਾਇਲੈਕਟ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊਮ ਵਜੋਂ ਵਿਕਸਿਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਭਾਵ ਪੂਰਬ ਤੋਂ ਪੱਛਮ ਤੱਕ ਬੋਲੀਆਂ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਬਦਲਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਦੂਰ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਰਕ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੱਧ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਆਧੁਨਿਕ ਸਾਹਿਤ ਤੇ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਪੈਕਟਰਮ ਸੰਕੁਲਿਤ ਹੋਣ ਦਾ ਸੁਝਾਅ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਮਾਨਕੀਕਰਨ ਨਾਲ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਪਟਿਆਲਾ ਦੀ ਅਕਾਦਮਿਕ ਕੰਮ ਇਹ ਸੁਝਾਅ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰਮਾਣਿਕ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪਾਠ ਪੁਸਤਕ ਮਾਝੀ ਤੇ ਆਧਾਰਿਤ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਦਬਾਅ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਅਣਜਾਣੇ ਹੀ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਖੇਤਰੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਸ਼ੀਏ ਤੇ ਧੱਕ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ, ਸਿਨੇਮਾ ਦੇ ਉਭਾਰ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਦੂਰੀ ਭੂਮਿਕਾ ਨਿਭਾਈ ਹੈ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੀ ਨਾਲ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਚਪਟੀ ਸੰਸਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਗੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਸਮਾਜਿਕ, ਰਾਜਨੀਤਿਕ ਤੇ ਮਨੋਵਿਗਿਆਨਕ ਕਾਰਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਅਸਰ ਪਾਇਆ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੀ ਤਬਦੀਲੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਰਗੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨਾਂ ਨੇ 2024 ਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਸੰਦਰਭਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਯੂਨੈਸਕੋ ਦੇ ਮਾਪਦੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਤਹਿਤ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼੍ਰੇਣੀਬੱਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਮੁਹਾਵਰੇ ਅਤੇ ਕਥਾਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਅੰਤਰ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਘਟ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੀ ਤਬਦੀਲੀ ਕਾਰਨ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ, ਬਲੋਚਿਸਤਾਨ ਤੇ ਇਸਲਾਮਾਬਾਦ ਵਰਗੇ ਖੇਤਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਨੀਵੇਂ ਤੇ ਉਰਦੂ, ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਚ ਅਕਾਦਮਿਕ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਗੈਪ ਇਨ ਕਰੰਟ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਮੌਜੂਦਾ ਖੋਜ ਗੈਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਆਮ ਗਿਰਾਵਟ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਦਸਤਾਵੇਜ਼ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਦਾ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੁਣਾਤਮਕ ਲੰਬਕਾਰੀ ਅਧਿਐਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਘਾਟ ਹੈ। ਸਮਰੀ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਘਾਟੇ ਦਾ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਪਹਿਲੂ ਨੂੰ ਦਰਸਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰਕ ਕਟੌਤੀ ਤੇ ਖੇਤਰੀ ਪਹਿਚਾਣ ਦੇ ਪਤਨ ਨੂੰ ਤੇਜ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮਸ਼ੀਨੀਕਰਨ ਤੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰੀਕਰਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ, ਉਰਦੂ ਦੇ ਸਮਰਥਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਤਬਦੀਲੀ ਨਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਮਿਆਰੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਵੰਦ ਦੀ ਵਿਭਿੰਨਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਤਲ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਗੋਂ ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰਕ ਲੋਕ ਧਾਰਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਵਿਰਾਸਤ ਦੇ ਅੰਤਰ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੰਚਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੋੜਦੀ ਹੈ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਈ ਅਮੀਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਰੱਖਿਅਤ ਰੱਖਣ ਲਈ ਦਸਤਾਵੇਜ਼ ਤੇ ਪੁਨਰ ਸੁਰਜੀਤੀ ਯਤਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਨੂੰ ਉਜਾਗਰ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਰਿਸਰਚ ਗੈਪ ਮੌਜੂਦਾ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਕਿਸੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਵਰਤੋਂ ਦੀ ਗਿਰਾਵਟ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਮੰਨਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ 3 ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦੇ ਘਟਣ ਦੇ ਦਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਪ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਅਨੁਭਵੀ ਲੰਬਕਾਰੀ ਡਾਟਾ ਦੀ ਗੰਭੀਰ ਘਾਟ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦਾ ਸਰੀਰ ਦਿਨੋਂ ਦਿਨ ਸੁੰਗੜ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਡਿਜੀਟਲ ਪੈਰਾਡੌਕਸ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਬਦਕੋਸ਼ ਦੇ ਸੁੰਗੜਨ ਨੂੰ ਤੇਜ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਇੱਕ ਮੋਨੋਕਲਚਰ ਡਾਇਲੈਕਟ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਉੱਚ ਫ੍ਰੀਕੁਐਂਸੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਸਿੱਧ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਠੇਠ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਥਾਈ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਵਾਤਾਵਰਣ ਤੇ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਵਿਗਿਆਨਕ ਪਾੜਾ ਵੀ ਖੇਤੀਬਾੜੀ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਉਪਨਗਰੀय ਲੈਂਡਸਕੇਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਬਦੀਲੀ ਤੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਾਨਸਿਕ ਦਸ਼ਾ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਬਦਲਿਆ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਅਣਸਮਝਿਆ ਪਾੜਾ ਹੈ। ਆਬਜੈਕਟਿਵਸ ਪਰੰਪਰਾਗਤ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਅਮੀਰੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਿਰਾਵਟ ਜਾਂਚ ਕਰਨਾ ਤੇ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਈ ਸੁੰਗੜਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾਉਣਾ, ਕਾਰਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਲੇਸ਼ਣ ਕਰਨਾ। ਹਿੰਦੀ, ਉਰਦੂ, ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਵਰਗੀਆਂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਕਾਰਨ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਸੁੰਗੜਨ ਦੀ ਹੱਦ ਦੀ ਜਾਂਚ ਕਰਨੀ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦਾ ਉਧਾਰ ਤੇ ਕੋਡ ਸਵਿਚਿੰਗ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਬਦਲਣ ਤੇ ਕਮੀ ਆਉਣਾ। ਪ੍ਰਮੁੱਖ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਵਿਦਿਅਕ ਨੀਤੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਪ੍ਰਤਿਸ਼ਠਾ ਕਾਰਨ ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਵਰਤੋਂ ਦੀ ਘਾਟ ਤੇ ਲੋਕ ਧਾਰਾ ਮੌਖਿਕ ਪਰੰਪਰਾਵਾਂ ਸਥਾਨਕ ਗਿਆਨ ਪ੍ਰਣਾਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਸਮੇਤ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਤੇ ਸੁੰਗਣ ਦੀ ਨਤੀਜਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਜਾਂਚ ਕਰਨਾ, ਪੁਨਰ ਸਰਜੀਤੀ ਲਈ ਰਣਨੀਤੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਸਤਾਵ ਕਰਨਾ। ਫਾਰਮੂਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਹਾਈਪੋਥੇਸਿਸ, ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਈ ਦਬਾਅ, ਤਬਦੀਲੀ ਅਤੇ ਸੰਸਥਾਗਤ ਹਾਸ਼ੀਏ ਤੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਕਾਰਨ ਸੁੰਗੜ ਦਾ ਅਨੁਭਵ ਕਰਨਾ ਤੇ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਗਿਰਾਵਟ ਨਾ ਆਉਣਾ। ਸਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਹਾਈਪੋਥੇਸਿਸ, ਪ੍ਰਮੁੱਖ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਹਿੰਦੀ, ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ, ਉਰਦੂ ਦੀ ਵੱਧਦੀ ਵਰਤੋਂ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦੀ ਕਮੀ ਨਾਲ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਸ਼ਹਿਰੀਕਰਨ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸ ਉਪਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦਾ ਸਮਰੂਪੀਕਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਸ ਕਾਰਨ ਖੇਤਰੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਵਰਤੋਂ ਘਟ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਖੈਰ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਤਰਜੀਹ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਰਸਮੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਪ੍ਰਣਾਲੀਆਂ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦੇ ਸੰਚਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਨਕਾਰਾਤਮਕ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵਿਤ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦੀ ਘੱਟ ਰੁਚੀ ਦਿਖਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਮਾਸ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਡਿਜੀਟਲ ਸੰਚਾਰ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਸਮਰੂਪੀਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਉਤਸ਼ਾਹਿਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸੈਕੰਡਰੀ ਡਾਟਾ ਦੇ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਜੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਫਿਲਮਾਂ, ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਗੀਤ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਲੋਕ ਗੀਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਵਾਰਿਸ ਸਾਦੀ ਹੀਰ ਵਰਗੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਮਾਸ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਘਾਟ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਜੇਕਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਈ ਖੋਜ ਦੇ ਅੰਤੇ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਪੁਰਾਣੀਆਂ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਨੀਤੀਆਂ ਇਹ ਵਰਗ ਤੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਵਰਗ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੋਂ ਦੂਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਤੇ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟਸ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਘਟਾਉਣ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਹਨ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ 10ਵੀਂ ਤੱਕ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਕੰਪਲਸਰੀ ਘੋਸ਼ਿਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ, ਪਰ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਟ ਤੇ ਸੀਬੀਐਸਈ ਸਕੂਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਚੁਣੌਤੀਆਂ ਕਾਰਨ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਹਾਸ਼ੀਏ ਤੋਂ ਧੱਕੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਡਿਜੀਟਲ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਕਾਰਪਸ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਗਿਰਾਵਟ ਲਿਆਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਡਾਟਾ ਐਨਾਲਿਸਿਸ ਮੈਥਡਸ, ਓਵਰਵਿਊ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਡਾਟਾ, ਕੁਆਂਟੀਟੇਟਿਵ ਡਾਟਾ, ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਈ ਵੇਰੀਏਬਲਸ, ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਘੱਟ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰਕ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਤੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਡਿਜੀਟਲ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਵਾਧਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਇੰਟੀਗ੍ਰੇਟਿਡ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਫਾਈਂਡਿੰਗ, ਨਤੀਜਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਏਕੀਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਕਰਨਾ, ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਸੁੰਗਣ ਬੋਲੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਮਰੂਪੀਕਰਨ, ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰ ਤੇ ਖੋਜਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਰਵਾਇਤੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਈ ਅਮੀਰੀ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਤੇ ਤਕਨੀਕੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਕਾਫੀ ਦਬਾਅ ਹੇਠ ਹੈ। ਕੰਕਲੂਜਨ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਡਾਟਾ ਐਨਾਲਿਸਿਸ, ਉਪਰੋਕਤ ਵਿਸ਼ਲੇਸ਼ਣ ਤੇ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਅਤੇ ਉਪਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿਭਿੰਨਤਾ ਦਾ ਸੁੰਗੜਨਾ, ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਈ ਤਬਦੀਲੀ, ਆਧੁਨਿਕ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਪ੍ਰਣਾਲੀਆਂ, ਪ੍ਰਤਿਸ਼ਠਾ ਆਧਾਰਿਤ ਦਰਜਾਬੰਦੀ, ਸ਼ਹਿਰੀ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸ, ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਉਰਦੂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲ ਕਾਰਨ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਇੱਕ ਗੰਭੀਰ ਸੰਕਟ ਦਾ ਸਾਹਮਣਾ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੁਰੱਖਿਅਤ ਸੰਭਾਲ ਤੇ ਪੁਨਰ ਸਰਜੀਤੀ ਰਣਨੀਤੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਖੋਰੇ ਦੀ ਸੰਭਾਵਨਾ ਹੈ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ।
Thank you, ma'am. House is open if anybody wants to ask question, or we should proceed to the next speaker now.
Ms. Kirandeep Kaur. Kirandeep, kindly share your screen.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson and all. Today, I, Kirandeep Kaur, Assistant Professor in English, Asian Group of Colleges, Patiala. The title of my topic is Aesthetics as a Form of Social Management. As we know that aesthetic basically understood as the philosophical study of art, beauty, art, and sensory experiences. Traditionally, it concerns with questions as what is beauty, what makes something art, how do we judge taste. And social management refers to the processes through which societies regulate behavior, structure interaction, produce consent, and maintain order. They shape perception, emotion, aspiration, self-understanding. This essay explores aesthetic as a form of social management by examining theoretical foundations, historical examples, institutional practices, urban design, digital environment, etc. In introduction, aesthetic basically shapes society by influencing everyday behavior, organizing social norms, and managing power relations through beauty designs and sensory experiences. Visual culture, architecture, fashion, and digital interfaces that guide collective identities and interaction. Aesthetic can support unfair power by making inequalities seem normal, but they also offer freedom through community art rebellions, fair city designs, and online counter images that fight dominant norms. We need careful urban planning, platform rules, and research to reduce harm and increase inclusion. This view helps us to see how beauty quietly shapes and sometimes changes society also. Objectives. We have first objective is to reframe aesthetic as a mechanism of social management rather than mere beauty or art. Examine how media, urban design, and digital platforms govern behavior through aesthetic norms. Apply theoretical insights from Michael Foucault and Pierre Bourdieu. Identify three mechanisms of social control, that is sensory influence, social distinction, and participatory regulation. Critically, we have to evaluate the ethical and political implications of aesthetic power for inclusion and inequality. In literature view, Pierre Bourdieu is foundational to understanding aesthetic as social management. He argues that taste is not naturally or purely individual, it is socially conditioned. Cultural capital, education, upbringing, exposure to certain culture forms shapes what individuals consider refined or vulgar. Example, rich educated groups define good taste and others feel inferior, so taste becomes social hierarchy. Elite people wear branded clothes and mass community wears local clothes. Research methodology. This paper reviews existing studies from 2000 to 2026. It uses online searches to find articles and books about how beauty and design help to control society, build community, create differences, and improve cities or workplaces. It includes analysis of case studies and examples of aesthetics in different contexts. For example, in the context of art, artists use specific color palettes to evoke emotions or convey messages. Artists sometimes also use symbols to convey deeper meaning or themes, as the use of dove as a symbol of peace in Picasso's Dove. Architecture. Modern architecture often incorporates sustainable material and energy efficient designs to reduce environmental impact. For example, green roofs, solar panels used in the homes. In context of advertising, we can say advertisers use visual metaphors to create association and convey a message. The choice of font and textile can convey brand personality. Ads often use aesthetic elements to evoke emotions like happiness, nostalgia, or excitement. Findings. Aesthetic manage society in three ways. First, beautiful design and images create emotion that guide behavior, like green parks where people feel calm and there is eco-friendly behavior among them. As attractive shops, people buy more, so design guides action. Secondly, we can say they create social differences through taste and likes, ranking people quietly. Aesthetic creates status differences like good taste versus bad taste, trendy versus outdated. People are ranked socially. Thirdly, they involve people in controlled ways, building loyalty but often keeping inequalities in place. To conclude, we can say that aesthetics serve as potent tool for social management, regulating norms through sensory, relational, and innovative pathways. By integrating aesthetic into urban, digital, and organizational strategies, Societies can promote cohesion and sustainability through risk of exclusion and manipulation persist. Future research should employ mixed methods to test causal links, particularly diverse cultural settings, and explore interventions like media literacy to mitigate negative impact. Ultimately, recognizing aesthetic managerial role can lead to more equitable social designs. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Due to the technical problem, I could not able to hear you as line was disconnected. Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, Miss Navneet Kaur.
Very warm good afternoon, all of you who are present virtually and physically. I am Navneet Kaur, Assistant Professor in Chemistry from School of Science and Mathematics, Asian Education Institute, Patiala. Today's my research topic is climate smart agriculture and pathway to achieving SDG 2 in rain-fed regions of India. As we know that a couple of demanding situations obstruct India's fulfillment of the SDG 2, as the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare Government of India report between 2021 to 2025 clearly mentions that the agriculture sector in India is really important for a lot of people. Almost half of the people in India depend on it and make a living. India also needs this sector to produce food for the country, and this sector facing big problem because of their climate change as the temperature increasing and going up day by day. As UN WHO report 2025 also clearly mentioned that the Global Hunger Index ranks India 102 out of 123 countries with a score of 25.8 and indicating serious hunger levels. So as you can show on the screen, map of the India, which clearly shows that the regional diversity and the states like Maharashtra, Manipur, Sikkim shows high dependency on the rainfall and contrasting sharply with highly irrigated states like Punjab and Haryana. There are also climate factors are also leads to the erratic monsoon patterns and rising temperature. That is also the one of the reason. And the second, if we go through deeply on the rain-fed agriculture that cover 50% of the net zone area and remain highly vulnerable to the climate shocks. So it is urgent action is needed to meet SDG 2 target by 2030 as the government plan decided. So If we go through Kashmir to Kanyakumari, then we can classify the geographical area into the central India, western India, southern Peninsula, eastern India, northeast India, and northwest India. So from here, we clearly indicate that the Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Maharashtra, these come under the central India, which has the highest percentage rainfall. And lowest percentage rainfall is Punjab, Haryana, and Western UP, which is approximately 15 to 25%. So when we go through this all observation, we can see that there is a triple threat challenges occurring to achieve the global hunger SDG 2. One is the hunger crisis, second is the climate vulnerability, and the third is the SDG 2 mandate. In hunger crisis, I already mentioned that India rank is 102 out of 123 countries in 2025. So if I go through the key metrics that include 12% come under the undernourishment and 32.9% is stunting in child under 5 and 18.7% wasting category and 2.8% under 5 mortality rate. So it is an urgency to achieving the sustainable development goal, ending hunger, ensuring food security, improving nutrition, and promoting sustainable agriculture by 2030. So as climatic vulnerability context, India predominantly rain-fed regions such as the semi-arid Bundelkhand and the Deccan Plateau, this goal faces acute challenges. The traditional green revolution approaches resilient to the intensive irrigation and chemical inputs have polluted and often worsen soil degradation and rainfall areas where the erratic climatic patterns threaten yields and livelihood. In context of the SDG 2, then the climate smart agriculture integrates sustainability, productivity increases, enhance resilience to shocks, the drought, and reduce greenhouse gas emission, and through practices and management like crop diversification, direct seeded rice, and efficient resource management, conservation agriculture. In drought-prone areas, CSA interventions have raised household income up to by 40% during the stress period and supporting nutrition and equitable access to the smallholders. So it's time to work on it, and I set the research objective, which can be classified into the primary objective and secondary objective. The overwhelming goal provides a strategic framework for the study, emphasis integration of the climate smart agriculture with broader sustainable development aimed in India's rain-fed region, where our 60% of the arable land depend on the erratic monsoon pattern. So my primary objectives that incorporate the sector like the sustainable practices, policy reforms, national security, climate resilience, conflict, achieving zero hunger by 2030, and my secondary objective emphasis on the implement climate resilience practices, advance watershed development, encourage crop diversification, and also strengthen the market linkages. So I can set the 10 specific research questionnaires, which is based on the role of the agroecological practices in the food security, particularly in the rain-fed region, innovative technology from crop resilience in the climate smart agriculture, participatory approach in CSA implementation, challenges in adopting CSA in the rain-fed system, alignment of the sustainable intensification with SDG 2, and main objective of the SDG 2 is the hunger and food security, and projection from the hunger index report on the food insecurity, child stunting reduction and malnutrition challenges, role of global hunger index in SDG 2, and multi-sectoral action for the SDG 2. So I can set the research hypothesis, which is based on the 5 context, and I approach the alternate hypothesis instead of the null hypothesis. From this achieve the hypothesis set, we can collect the data from the Google Sheet and we can collect the both primary and secondary data, and my sample size come out to be 91.715 at 95% confident interval and 5% of the margin of error. So research gaps and finding clearly indicates that the question number 1 to 3 is 80 to 85%, and the question number 7 is the come under the lowest category. Question number 9 is come also under the 9th category, weak area category. So average is 7.58 out of the 10, 75.78%. So income, as the research finding indicates that the income increases by adopting the CSA is 50%, And CSA awareness score is 75.78% and yield stability is 40% stability. So evidence suggests that the climate smart agriculture provide an integrated solution by boosting the productivity by building the resilience. So these are the research gap, and compared to the significance, identify the research gap, and my study significance that the integrating innovative technology with traditional local practices provides local specific interventions like ICT, weather advisory, highlights the pathways to achieving SDG2 in underdeserved tribal communities. So challenges and final, I will come to the conclusion and recommendation. So scaling CSA is a vital role for the long-term sustainability India rainfed ecosystem. So we have to work on the strengthen the extension and knowledge system. We have to identify the climate risk and integrate the CSA strategy, utilizing the ICT-based services, improve the food security, recognize the SDG2 challenges, and implement water smart technology, enhance the crop yield, and boost economic opportunity. So foster research, innovation, partnership, address equity and inclusion. All are my recommendations in this paper. So these are my references, and thank you so much. If you have any questions regarding me, and I just give the last message, together we can ensure a world where no one can go hungry, fueled by the science and sustainable. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful presentation. I want to ask one question. Who were the target groups from whom you have collected the
My
data?
target, yes, sir. So my target group is the smart climate CSA, climate smart agriculture techniques. And second is my sustainable development goal 2 by 2030. Commerce target
Like
is
you
to
have
achieve
written
SDG 2 in 20.
you have written.
Yes, sir. Sir, your voice is not audible to me. Yeah. So can you repeat the question? Your voice is not audible to me. Sir, do you hear me?
Okay, ma'am, you may start. Sorry, as I got unstable data connection in my department. Sorry for the inconvenience. You may start.
Sir, I already delivered. If you have any queries regarding my topic, then
No, okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
so much.
Namneet.
Next, Dr. Bazamin. The role of eco-musical in enhancing climate resilience and sustainable economic growth in Nigeria. Dr. Benjamin, are you there?
Next, Miss Omenu George Od Ali. Artificial intelligence as catalyst for human development. Are you present? George Odali, are you there? Next, Dr. Preeti Singhwal.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Should I share my screen first? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just sharing my screen, ma'am. Good afternoon, respected chairperson, distinguished delegates, fellow researchers, and participants from around the world. It's my privilege to present my work titled Inclusive Futures at Work, Social Justice-Oriented HR Practices for Sustainable Development. I'm Dr. Preeti Singhwal.
Kindly turn on your video.
Just a moment, ma'am. I'm just a moment. Video. Now I'm visible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I can't read. Yeah. It's my privilege to present my work titled Inclusive Future at Work, Social Justice-Oriented HR Practices for Sustainable Development. I'm Dr. Preeti Singhwal from Faculty of Management and Commerce, Swami Vivekananda Subharati University. Today I will discuss how human resource practices can be redesigned to build workplaces that are inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. The background of this study is rooted in the rapid transformation of modern workplaces driven by globalization, digitalization, and social changes. Organization today operates in increasingly diverse environments, yet many workplaces still struggle with inequality and exclusion. Global framework promoted by the institutions like the United Nations emphasize the importance of equality and decent work and the social justice. In this context, human resource management plays a crucial role in shaping inclusive organizational culture, understanding how HR practices can support fairness and sustainability form the foundation of this research. Despite growing awareness about diversity and inclusion, many organizations continue to face systematic inequalities in recruitment, career progression, and workplace treatment. The central research problem addressed in this study is the gap between the policy and the practice. While organizations often adopt diversity policies, effective implementation of social justice-oriented HR practices remain limited. This gap raises important questions. How can HR system be redesigned to promote inclusion, and how can organizations ensure that social justice become an integral part of their operational strategy? Research objective. The primary objective of the research is to develop a framework that integrates social justice principle into HR practices. Specifically, the study aimed to identify inclusive HR strategies, examine their relationship with sustainable development, and propose a model that organization can adopt. Another objective is to highlight how ethical HR management can enhance employee well-being and organizational performance simultaneously. HRM framework. HRM framework presented in this study focuses on three core dimensions: fairness, inclusion, and sustainability. Fairness related to the equitable recruitment, performance evaluation, and compensation. Inclusion emphasize participation, diversity, employee voice. Sustainability ensure that long-term organizational growth and social responsibility. Together, these three dimensions create a holistic framework that align HR functions with social justice value. Proposed research model. The proposed research model illustrates the relationship between inclusive HR practices and sustainable organizational outcome. It suggests that when organizations implement fair recruitment, inclusive development programs, and supportive workplace policies, they improve employee engagement and social equity. These improvements ultimately contribute to innovation, productivity, and long-term sustainability. The model serves as a practical guide for the organization seeking to implement inclusive strategy. Methodology. This study adopts a systematic research methodology combining theoretical analysis and empirical investigations. Data is collected through survey and qualitative insight to understand employee perception of fairness and inclusion. Analytical tools are used to examine relationship between HR practices and organizational outcome. This mixed method approach ensures both depth and reliability in this finding. Expected outcome and implication. The expected outcome of this research include a clearer understanding of how social justice-oriented HR practices influence organizational success. The study aimed to provide actionable recommendation for managers and policymakers. It also contributes to academic knowledge by linking HR management with sustainability and ethics. Practically, the finding can help organizations design more inclusive and effective workplace system. Conclusion and social justice. In conclusion, social justice is not merely a moral concept, but a strategic necessity in modern organization. Integrating social justice into HR practice promote fairness, diversity, long-term sustainability, organization that prioritize inclusion and more innovative, resilient, socially responsible. By adopting social justice-oriented HR framework, we can build workplace that empower individuals and contribute to sustainable development. Thank you for your attention. I welcome your questions and discussion.
Any
So your voice is not clear. You're not audible.
If anybody like to ask a question, is I am audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
I'm asking the house if there is any queries you can ask Dr. Preeti. I'm asking the house if any question they want to ask from you. The house is open.
Okay, sir. There's a signal problem right now, sir. Everywhere.
No question. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next, Miss Arshpreet Kaur. Voices from the margins, social justice and sustainable in English literature.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Is my voice audible?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the PPT visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. My paper titled Voices from the Margins, Social Justice and Sustainability in English Literature examines how English literature contributes to the idea of sustainable development by foregrounding marginalized voices. I argue that sustainability is not only about the environment or economic growth, but fundamentally about justice, inclusion, and human dignity. English literature helps us understand this by telling the stories of people who are usually ignored or oppressed. Now, I would like to tell you what actually we are talking here regarding sustainable development. Sustainable development has become one of the most urgent global concerns of the 21st century. However, discussions often focus only on climate change or economic progress. What is frequently ignored is the social dimension, issues of inequality, exclusion, caste, race, gender, and class. My central argument is that English literature provides a powerful space to explore these social dimensions of sustainability. Development must include fair treatment of people, gender equality, social justice, respect for culture, equal opportunities. If development benefits only rich or powerful people, it is not truly sustainable. So, what actually is sustainable development? So, this is defined in a Common Future book, also known as Bertland Report. It defines sustainable development as development that meets present needs without compromising future generations. Importantly, sustainability rests on three pillars: environmental protection, economic development, and social justice. Without justice and inclusion, development cannot truly be sustainable. So now how literature and society, they are interrelated. Literature, as it is said, is the mirror of society and that cannot be isolated from it. Raymond Williams in Marxism and Literature argues that literature is embedded in social processes and lived experiences. This means literature reflects power structures, inequalities, and struggles within society. English literature has consistently engaged with issues of marginalization and resistance. In simple words, we can say it shows us suffering of people, struggles of women, the pain caused by colonialism, the damage done to nature. Therefore, literature makes us feel these problems, not just understand them intellectually. It builds empathy, awareness, and moral responsibility. Now, this paper also argues further about the research and objective. This paper says that English literature plays a crucial role in articulating social justice as an essential pillar of sustainable development. By amplifying marginalized voices, literature questions dominant narratives of progress.
Immediately.
Uh, uh, are you saying something, ma'am? Hello? Hello, should I continue? Hello?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, I heard
request
some.
all the participants kindly mute your mic, please.
Okay. So now we'll talk about industrialization and class injustice. During the Victorian period, rapid industrialization created wealth, but also extreme poverty. In Oliver Twist, Charles Dickens exposes the suffering of orphaned and impoverished children. Dickens critiques a system where economic growth comes at the cost of human dignity. This shows that development without compassion leads to inequality, which contradicts sustainable principles. So, the point which I'm emphasizing is that without humanity, there is no real progress. Now, talking about gender and sustainability, gender inequality is another major barrier to sustainable development. In Room of One's Own by Virginia Woolf, she argues that women need financial independence and education to achieve intellectual freedom. Her work highlights how systematic exclusion prevents equal participation. Therefore, sustainability cannot exist without gender equality. Now, going further on post colonial resistance, talking about the post colonial literature, colonial models of development were extractive and exploitative. In Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe, he critiques colonial disruption of indigenous culture. The novel challenges Western ideas of progress and emphasizes the value of local traditions and knowledge systems. Colonial powers claim that they were developing other countries, but rather they were destroying cultures, disrupting the communities, and exploiting the resources. So, what my paper suggests is that true sustainability must respect cultural diversity. Not going on to caste, class, and gender. In The God of Small Things, written by Arundhati Roy, she explores how caste, gender, and class intersect to marginalize individuals. Roy shows that big narratives of development often silence vulnerable communities. Her work suggests sustainability requires dismantling deeply rooted systems of oppression. My argument here is that development is meaningless if social inequality continues. Now, going on to environmental justice, Lawrence Buell in The Environmental Imagination argues that environmental crises are inseparable from social inequality. Poor and marginalized communities suffer the most from environmental degradation. Therefore, environmental sustainability must include social justice. Now, talking about the romantic ecological vision, Here we are talking about William Wordsworth, the poet of nature, who considers nature as guardian and he considers nature to be a mentor. Even he criticized industrial alienation from nature. His poetry emphasizes harmony between humans and the natural world. Though written in the 19th century, his vision anticipates modern sustainability ethics. And the same point is emphasized by Amitav Ghosh, where he argues that literature and politics often fail to represent climate realities. This is in his book, The Great Derangement. So this is where Amitav Ghosh point out these issues. Now going on to literature and education, Paulo Freire in Pedagogy of the Oppressed describes education as a practice of freedom. When students engage with literature, they develop empathy, they question dominant ideologies, they become socially aware, and the literature therefore supports ethical and inclusive thinking essential for the sustainability. Now, what does English literature do? What is the point which we are trying to make here is that literature amplifies marginalized voices. It speaks for the ones who cannot speak for themselves. It challenges exploitative systems, redefines development, promotes justice-based sustainability, and as I have earlier mentioned a number of times in my paper here, that sustainability without justice is incomplete. Now, concluding my paper, I would say that sustainable development is not only environmental or economic, it is deeply ethical. English literature acts as reflection of injustice, resistance against domination, reimagination of equitable futures, and therefore, voices from the margins remind us that true sustainability must be grounded in justice, equality, and shared humanity. Thank you. Yeah,
Thank
any
you,
questions?
ma'am. Thank you for your beautiful presentation and showed the importance of the literature, how it become the voices of the margin. Within a short period of time, you had explained beautifully. Thank you once again. If any question regarding this topic, I welcome the house.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for this appreciation. Yeah, questions are most welcomed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
Any
thank you so
question?
much.
No question, ma'am. Thank you. Thank
Next,
you.
Miss
Thank
Avni
you, sir.
Bhalla.
Avni, please unmute your mic, please.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I hope my screen is visible. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Avni Bhalla, and I'm pursuing BA Honours with Research from University of Delhi. And today I will be presenting my study on the psychological impact on cis women due to indirect exposure to sexual violence in India. This research explores how repeated exposure to such narratives through media and social discussions may influence anxiety, emotional regulation, and perceived safety among women. Before I begin, I would want you all to recall when was the latest sexual violence case you heard about, maybe yesterday or the previous week, or but definitely in a span of a month. In India, thousands of sexual violence and rape cases are officially recorded every year. Beyond the numbers, these cases are widely reported and circulated across news platforms and social media. As a result, many women are repeatedly exposed to detailed narratives of sexual violence, even if they've not directly experienced it. While we have good research on direct victimization, we don't know much about how indirect exposure affects women psychologically. This gap forms the foundation of my study. This study focuses on three main psychological variables. First is anxiety, second is emotional regulation, which refers to how effectively individuals manage and process their emotions, and thirdly is perceived safety, or how safe women feel in their environment. The goal was to understand how these variables interact in the context of indirect exposure to sexual violence narratives. This research is grounded in three theoretical frameworks. Social learning theory suggests that people can learn fear responses by observing others' experiences. Cultivation theory explains how repeated media exposure can shape our perception of social reality. And the fear of crime framework highlights how perceived vulnerability influences psychological outcomes. If I talk about my research gap and research problem, existing research has largely focused on direct victimization, but the impact of indirect exposure to sexual violence, maybe through media or social discourse, on anxiety, emotional regulation, and perceived safety remains underexplored, particularly in the Indian context where gendered fear and cultural silence are prevalent. This research addresses this gap, examining how indirect exposure influences women's sense of safety, anxiety, and emotional regulation difficulties, highlighting the need to understand these interconnected constructs. There were four main objectives and hypotheses: to examine the relationship between anxiety and emotional regulation. Second, anxiety levels. The methodology conducted on 174 cisgender women aged 18 to 40 years in India. Data was collected through an online survey using standardized psychological scales measuring anxiety, emotional regulation, and perceived safety. Statistical analysis included descriptive statistics, Pearson correlation, and group comparisons, or ANOVA, was conducted. If I talk about my if I talk about my findings, firstly, this is the table that has the compared means of anxiety severity with emotional regulation difficulties and perceived safety, where we can see that emotional regulation difficulties and perceived safeties scores increase with increasing levels of anxiety. Now, when I talk about my key correlation findings, we can see the findings showed a strong positive correlation between anxiety and emotional regulation difficulties. This means that as anxiety increased, participants reported greater difficulty managing their emotions. There was also a significant negative correlation between anxiety and perceived safety, suggesting that higher anxiety was associated with lower feelings of safety. Now, when I talk about group differences, we can see that perceived safety did not significantly differ across anxiety levels. This suggests that feelings of unsafety may be widespread and relatively constant regardless of where the anxiety severity lies. When we compared groups based on anxiety severity with emotional regulation, they differed significantly. Women with higher anxiety reported greater emotional dysregulation. Now, if I talk about my discussion and conclusion, all of my hypotheses were supported, and these findings suggest that indirect exposure to sexual violence narratives may strongly influence internal emotional functioning. Emotional regulation appears particularly sensitive to anxiety levels. However, perceived safety may already function as a generalized background condition among women rather than differing with anxiety. This supports the idea that gendered fear is not just individual, but socially embedded and normalized. In conclusion, this study highlights that the psychological impact of sexual violence extends beyond direct survivors. Repeated exposure to such narratives through media and social discourse shape women's anxiety and emotional regulation and affects their sense of safety. And to understand those lived realities, we need to look at both direct and indirect exposure to violence. If I talk about my limitations and future implication, sample was limited to 18 to 40 years of age. We can move beyond that age and include trans women and non-binary women as well. Adding a qualitative angle to explore the lived realities will help us to answer research objectives further. Before ending, I would just like to mention that when fear becomes normalized, it ceases to be a reaction but becomes a structure. Thank you and have a great day, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Avni. I have one question.
Yes.
What is your sample design? How you collected the sample?
I chose 3 questionnaires. First questionnaire was anxiety, generalized anxiety.
No, I understood that
Yeah.
cisgender, you are looking for the women who are being sexually assaulted. How you collected the sample from the audience?
No,
Because
sir.
it is very difficult to answer such question in a public domain.
Yeah, so my study was not based on direct survivors. It was based on indirect exposure. It's like I'll give you an example. If I have not been a victim of sexual assault, I will be answering how that indirect exposure affected me. So I
Okay.
circulated the questionnaire through Google form, and it was a purposive convenience sampling where I only chose people who were indirectly exposed and not directly victimized.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, Dr. Deepa Rana. Equity, diversity, and inclusion in education. Dr. Deepa Rana, please start presentation.
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am.
And my screen is visible?
Your it's not clear.
Ma'am, my screen is audible? Oh, sorry, is visible?
Yes, screen is visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Voice is audible. You may
Okay.
continue.
Okay. So as education becomes increasingly interconnected across the global, education institute must create system that cultivate empathetic and critical thinker who recognize the valuable diversity. Diversity, equity, and inclusion ensure that all the students, regardless to their background, are given equitable opportunity to succeed. Now we will discuss about diversity. The diversity refers to the representation of different identities and differences, including race, gender, socioeconomic status, and cognitive abilities. In education, it means ensuring classrooms, teaching staff, and administrative bodies reflect the complexity of the world. Now, equity moves beyond equality. While equality ensures everyone receives the same resources, equity focuses on the providing the resource each student need to achieve success. This might involve offering additional support to students from underrepresented backgrounds and adaptive teaching methods of accommodate different learning style. Inclusion is about actively engaging and integrating diverse individuals into all aspects of educational experience. Without inclusion, diversity is incomplete. According to National Education Policy 2020, education is the single greatest tool for achieving social justice and equality, which has implications for development of an inclusive community and society at large. In order for policy to translate the practice, educational barriers, facilities, and service for children with special needs must be addressed. The NPE has infused the aspect of disability inclusion throughout the policy document with a dedicated chapter on equitable and inclusive education, focusing on issue, challenges, and recommendation for bridging the gap, reducing the disparities in access and participation of all learners. This issue and recommendation for inclusion of underrepresented student group, including children with disabilities, has been summed up by the policy and covered under the SEGs, that is socio-economic disadvantage group, which is an umbrella term covering gender identities, socio-cultural and socio-economic identities, geographical identities, as well as the disabilities. Why equality, diversity, and inclusion matter? ensure that all the students and the staffs feel safe and supported in all that they do, support better decision making through a wider range of voices contributing to discussion in all part of the university, ensure that all the staff and the student are able to achieve that very best regardless of their personal characteristic and heritage, enable those with protect characteristic to have an equal opportunity to progress in their studies and career, and enabling the university or the institution to grow and thrive through the diversity and inclusivity in our workforce, student body, and collectively the university community. Now, we will discuss about the principle of equity and inclusion. And first is the principle of education for all. Inclusion to have provision for the education for all, irrespective of sex and gender, physical and mental characteristic, socio-economic status, and any disability or cultural variation. The second is principle of togetherness. It provides such learning environment that promote all-round development, all the learner together in the same learning environment. It is an approach which bring all the learner together in a common educational society. The first, the principle of equality. All the students should be treated equally in the school or the institution, and there should not be any kind of discrimination and differences on the basis of their disability. Principle of participation. Inclusion and the equity provides the opportunity for the student with disability for the active participation equally. All the student and their family members should be motivated to participate in every event and program and initiative. Regular participation enhance the confidence the student and their family members. The principle of acceptance. Every parent wants that their child learn with other student in the same classroom and the same environment and become able to lead his life independently. In equity and inclusion, all students should be welcomed and accepted without any kind of discrimination. Now the next is the principle of change. Inclusion try to change the system to meet the requirement of the child and not about the change of the children to fit in the education system. It try to include all the children for equal education irrespective to their differences. Principle of positive attitude as attitude have great influence on people's behavior. Attitude represents relatively stable knowledge and the emotion towards phenomena and the situation. And the now principle of need-based. Inclusion meets the personal and educational need of the different need student, enabling them to realize the optimum development of the potential, whatsoever they have. Inclusion consider every child important, not less than any other, recognize their abilities and provide opportunity to transform their strength into a creative and spatial potential. Now the impact of DEI in education. First, the richer learning environment in diverse classroom. A diverse classroom bring together various experiences, perspective, and ideas, encouraging dynamic discussion. Students are challenged to question their assumption and gain a more comprehensive view of the subject with their study. The second is improve student development. Interacting with diverse peer and educators help students develop essential skills such as the cultural awareness, adaptability, and interpersonal communication, abilities that are increasingly valuable in today's interconnected world. The next is challenging conventional views. DEI encourages students to question, analyze, and think critically about the world around them, building empathy, interacting with peer from different background, foster understanding. Wait a minute, come here. Foster understanding and empathy, preparing for a globalized world. In a globalized connected era, students need to understand global issue, diverse culture, and the interdependence of the society. DEI in education ensure that students are equipped with his understanding. Now, the challenges implementing DEI in educational institutes, most of all, a narrow perspective. Traditional curricula of often present a singular, usually Eurocentric perspective on history, science, literature, and other subject. This limits the students' understanding and perpetuate stereotype. The second is lack of representation. Textbook and the teaching material often lack representation of diverse figure, culture, and contribution. This gap reinforces the marginalization of certain group and deprives student of the diverse role model. Unconscious biasness. Even well-meaning educators can hold unconscious biases that influence their teaching methods, classroom management, and interaction with students. Addressing their biases require awareness, reflection, and ongoing training. The next is need for DEI training. Many educators understand the importance of DEI, but often lack the training of effectively incorporate into their teaching. Ongoing professional development in DEI is critically to providing educator with the tool and strategies need to create inclusive classroom. Now, the barrier to access for marginalized community, the first is economic obstacles.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay, ma'am. The last. The future of education inclusion. The journey of education is not just about imparting knowledge. It is about shaping mind, nurturing values, and building a foundation for the future. In the journey, the role of DEI is paramount. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Hope this information will help the upcoming professionals.
Thank you so much, sir.
For the development and teaching now. Thank you, ma'am.
Next, Dr. Oye Nirn Oyetola, assessing teachers' technological competency and readiness in adopting digital technology for teaching in public sector schools in Ocean State.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, very much audible to us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, we can hear you.
Your slides.
All right, let me try and share my screen. Please tell the last presenter to take away our screen. I'm unable to share my screen. Okay. All right. Yes. Has my screen been displayed?
Yes, visible.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you might be joining this conference. I want to appreciate the organizer of this conference for giving us the opportunity to present our findings. My name is Dr. Oyeniro Oyetola, and I also have my co-author, Dr. Lajide Simeon Olayinka from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria. The title of our presentation is Assessing Teachers' Technological Competency Readiness and Readiness in Adopting Digital Technology for Teaching in Public Secondary Schools in Osun State. In this digital era that we are, teaching and learning has greatly been transformed through the advancement of digital technology. And it is no doubt that there are numerous values that digital technology brings into teaching when digital technology is being adopted into teaching. For instance, today, teaching is more effective and efficient through the application and adoption of digital technology into teaching. So therefore, it is very, very essential that teachers at all levels should acquire the necessary competency and even be ready to adopt digital technology for teaching in order for them to have a high productive teaching and learning experience. Also, the students of nowadays are digital savvy. They love playing with digital technology, and that is why we cannot shy away from the adoption of digital technology tools into teaching and learning today if teaching will be effective and efficient. In Nigeria has 6 geopolitical zones, and the government of Nigeria has tried a lot to promote the adoption of digital technology into teaching at every level, from the elementary level to even the advanced level, the high institution level. And also, there are 36 states in Nigeria, where Osun State is one of the states. Osun State falls within the southwestern region of the country. And I must also tell you that the government of the state has also tried in promoting the adoption of digital technology into teaching. But unfortunately, it has been discovered that not so much has been done in the aspect of adopting these digital technology tools into teaching by the teachers that are concerned. For instance, there was a program that was initiative in this state around some years back that government invested a lot into making sure that teacher adopts digital technology into teaching. But it's unfortunate that this program was not even successful. Yeah, so it has been recognized and discovered that there are so many factors inhibiting and hindering the effective adoption of digital technology into teaching and learning. And one of such is the digital competence of teachers and even their readiness to adopt digital technology into teaching. 3 objectives were developed for this study. We investigated Osun State Public Secondary School teachers' level of technology competency. The study also assessed Osun State Public Secondary School teachers' level of readiness to adopt digital technology for teaching. And lastly, we examined the relationship between Osun State Public Secondary School teachers' level of technological competency and their level of readiness to adopt digital technology for teaching. The following research questions were also generated from the research objectives. What is the level of Osun State Public Secondary School teachers' technological competency? And what is the level of readiness of Osun State Public Secondary School teachers in adopting digital technology for teaching? One hypothesis was also formulated. There is no significant relationship between Osun State Public Secondary School teachers' level of technology competency and their level of readiness to adopt digital technology for teaching. The study adopted the descriptive survey research design, and the population for the study consisted all public secondary school teachers in Osun State, having the total population of 5,970 teachers. Out of these teachers, 400 public secondary school teachers were selected using multi-stage sampling procedure. Now, the first step we took is that we selected 2 senatorial districts from the 3 senatorial districts in Osun State using the simple random sampling technique. After that, we also move on to choose 2 local government areas in each of the selected senatorial districts. In addition to this, we move ahead to select 5 public secondary schools in each of the selected local government area using the simple random technique. And lastly, we selected 20 teachers from each of the selected public secondary schools through the accidental sampling technique. The results. Research question 1 concerns research question 1 that states that what is the level of Osun State Public Secondary School teachers' technology competency? The results show that Osun State Public Secondary School teachers has high level of technology competency, having a frequency of 325 and a percentage of 81.0%. This is presented in the table on the screen. High has 325, moderate is 75, and there is none for low. For research question 2, what is the level of readiness of Osun State Public Secondary School teachers in adopting digital technology for teaching? The result of this research question shows that Osun State Public Secondary School teachers also had high level of readiness for digital technology adoption in teaching. The frequency here is 387 and the percentage is 96.8%, as shown and presented in the table on the screen. For the research hypothesis, there is no significant relationship between Osun State Public Secondary School teachers' level of technology competency and their level of readiness to adopt digital technology for teaching. The research showed there was a moderate significant relationship between Osun State Public Secondary School teachers' level of technology competency and their level of readiness to adopt digital technology for teaching. And this is presented in the table. In conclusion, the study concluded that 1, public secondary school teachers in Osun State generally possess high level of technology competency, and that teachers' level of readiness to adopt digital technology for instructional purposes was overwhelmingly high. And also there was a statistically significant moderate positive relationship between teachers' level of technological competency and their level of readiness to adopt digital technology for teaching. Based on the findings, the following recommendations were made. Number 1 is that governments should ensure adequate provision of digital instructional tools in all public secondary schools to encourage effective adoption of technology-based teaching. Also, frequent in-service training, workshop, and seminars should be organized for teachers to further expose them to emerging digital technology tools. And lastly, there should be incentives that will motivate teachers to adopt digital technology, and this should be put in place by the school management and all other relevant stakeholders. I thank you for listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good. I welcome to India from all the way from Africa. You have joined and imparted a teacher should update himself in the terms of technology. Hope this lecture will be helpful to the teachers to adopt the technologies for their teaching. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, Dr. Chitra Gupta, Teacher Education and Professional Development, a catalyst for quality and transformating learning. Dr. Chitra, are you there? Next, Dr. Soma Devi, role of open educational resource and MOOCs in advancing higher education in India.
Yes, madam, I am there.
Okay, ma'am, please start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Into screen ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಶೇರ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ
Kindly share your screen, ma'am.
Yeah, I am sharing, madam. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಓಕೆ yes, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am Dr. Suma Devi, working as a Deputy Librarian in Tumkur University, Tumkur. Today I am going to present my paper on role of open educational resources and MOOCs in advancing higher education in India. Due to the rapid digital transformation in Indian higher education, growing demand for inclusive and flexible learning models, alignment with National Education Policy 2020 and Digital India initiatives, need for affordable and inclusive education, emergence of OER and MOOC as transformative tools OER and MOOCs are as tools for democratizing knowledge. Rapid expansion of higher education in India, growing demand for affordable and inclusive learning, digital transformation in the post-pandemic era, need for flexible and lifelong learning systems. Understanding open educational resources, teaching, learning, and research materials in the public domain, freely accessible and openly licensed. Learning materials in the public domain are released under the open licenses. Creative Commons licensing allows reuse and adaptation. Includes e-books, lecture notes, open textbooks, research articles, video lectures. Promote equity, affordability, and knowledge sharing. Understanding MOOCs, massive open online courses, large-scale flexible and online learning platforms, self-paced and instructor-led formats, support lifelong learning and skill development, online courses with large-scale participation, cost-effective and accessible across geographical boundaries. Anyone can access these MOOCs. OER MOOCs platforms and repositories. Sellers Academy, which offers free self-paced courses with open digital badges or certificate options. Open University provides massive library of free open licensed educational materials and courses. MIT Open courseware. Publication of MIT courses materials, many of which are openly licensed for use. OER Commons public digital library of open educational resources, including full courses. Marlot, curated collections of free and open online teaching and learning materials. Open Classrooms offers free and open access education. Open HPI free online courses in computer science and IT from Hasso Platter Institute. Indian OER MOOCs platform initiatives. Swayam, study webs of active learning for young aspirants, inspiring mind. India's national MOOC portal offering thousands of courses from school level to NCERT, NEOS to higher education. NPTEL National Program on Technology Enhanced Learning, a joint venture by IIT and IISc focusing on engineering science, often integrated with Swayam. MOOCite, an indigenous MOOC management system developed for offering courses used in India since 2014. IIT BX platform often used for or in conjunction with NPTEL courses. CEC, Consortium for Educational Communication, provides undergraduate focused video and web-based educational programs. UGC MOOCs, non-technical postgraduate courses available through various portals. NITTR Chennai offers specialized MOOCs such as OER for empowering teachers. Major OER MOOC platforms in India: National Digital Library of India, vast open access repository of educational resources available on this EPG Patashala, institutional repositories and open access initiatives, increased participation from universities and faculty. These platforms aim to increase the gross enrollment ratio by providing accessibility, free education to all, often offering certification for a fee while keeping the course content open. Swayam MOOC, it's a government initiative. It is aimed at offering free and high quality of e-learning education to students ranging from class 9 to post-graduation. Three pillars of Swayam: access, equity, and equality. Equity and Swayam MOOC is developed indigenously by the All India Council for Technical Education in 2016 to facilitate hosting of online learning courses. These courses can be accessed by anyone from any place at any time. Swayam MOOC courses are free of cost for everyone. Swayam MOOC platform employs cutting-edge pedagogy and upgrade video or audio-visual and multimedia tools to deliver courses. It covers wide range of subjects in higher education and provides skill development courses for skill sectors. There are over 2,000 courses available on the platform all taught by experienced instructors. These courses are carefully curated, produced, and delivered by 9 national coordinators. It includes NPTEL, AICT, UGC, NCRT, NEOS, IGNO, IAMB, CEC, and NITTR. Swayamuk objectives are initiative to make top quality educational resources accessible to everyone, especially those who have been underserved. It includes closing the digital gap for students who have not yet benefited from the digital revolution and could not participate in the knowledge economy, offering a comprehensive web and mobile platform with interactive e-content for all educational levels from higher school to university, delivering a higher quality learning experience through multimedia available at any time from anywhere, establishing an advanced system for easy access monitoring and certification, creating opportunities for peer interaction and discussion forums to address questions and concerns. The object is course content creation, course enrollment, and course delivery. Educational institutions and subject matters experts create course content in the form of video lectures, reading assignments, quizzes, and discussion forums. Course enrollment. Learners can browse through the catalog of the course available on the Swayam platform and enroll in on once they are interested in. The enrollment process is straightforward, requiring basic information from the learners. Course delivery. Once enrolled, learners gain access to the course material, including video lectures, supplementary resources. They can learn at their own pace, following the structured course outline provided by the instructor. Impact on access and equity extends higher education, rural and remote learner, supports working professionals and non-traditional students, reduces cost of textbooks and learning materials, encourages inclusive and democratized education. Impact on quality and teaching learning, standardized content from reputed institutions, integration of multimedia and interactive tools, faculty collaboration and resource sharing, blended learning models in universities, skill development and employability, industry-oriented certification courses, upskilling and reskilling opportunities, alignment with national skill development missions, enhancement global competitive of graduations, impact of MOOCs, expense
Sir, एक मिनट मैम your time is up. Please conclusion.
Ma'am, kindly conclude.
Future prospectus AI-driven personalized learning. AI-driven personalized learning is an adaptive educational approach where artificial intelligence customizes learning content and pace according to individual learner needs. Multilingual OER development, greater institutional collaboration, enhanced policy support and funding. Conclusion. OER and MOOCs are transforming Indian higher education, enhance access, equity, quality, and flexibility, support lifelong learning and national development goals, digital divide and connectivity gaps, faculty reading and training requirements, quality assurance and accreditation concern, language and localization barriers, essential for sustainable academic development. Thank you.
Next, Dr. Chitra Gupta.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Great lecture, good presentation of the.
लिखा ही नहीं दिया था। Hello. अरे यार
Ma'am, share your PPT.
Ma'am, I'm sharing, ma'am. Unable to share, ma'am. Wait, ma'am.
Are you taking time, ma'am? Can I move to the next participation? Next, Miss Palak, Miss Pratibha, Miss Mansi, Miss Tamandeep Kaur, and Dr. Vandana Agarwal. Start your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving this opportunity to present my topic, present to participation in inclusive education meetings through conference. Today, I, Pratibha, Palak, Mansi, and Tamandeep Kaur are going to represent this topic from Chandigarh University. I would like to start my topic from an rightly said quote by Ban Ki-moon: "Inclusive education is not a privilege; it is a fundamental human right." This quote reminds us that inclusion is about dignity, not just access. Yet many students are physically present in classrooms without truly feeling valued or heard. Through my research, from presence to participation, redefining inclusive education through belongings, I explore how true inclusion begins when every student not only attends but genuinely belongs. So, inclusive education from presence to participation traditionally focused on access and placement of diverse learners. Physically present alone does not ensure meaningful learning. Students may feel aligned despite being included. True inclusion requires active participation and engagement, belongings, feelings accepted and respected in the learning community. This examines how inclusive education shifts from presence to participation, explores belonging as a bridge between access and engagement, investigates psychological, social, and racial factors influencing participation, identify barriers preventing meaningful inclusion, purpose of framework linking presence, belonging, and participation. Now, next topic will be pursued by Ms. Tamandeep Kaur. Thank you, Pratibha. Now I will continue with the review of literature. Inclusive education has shifted from physical access to meaningful participation. Earlier, inclusion only means the physical access of a student in a classroom, but the recent researchers have highlights that only physical present is not enough. Florian 2020 suggests that inclusion requires active engagement, identity support, and opportunities. Similarly, Raj Lakshmi 2018 explains that schools need systematic restructuring, not isolated events. Studies also shows that teachers often lack adequate training, which indicates that there is a gaps in professional development. Studies by Sharma and Sokal 2019 shows that teacher self-efficiency and attitude significantly influence inclusive practices. Next is the research objectives. So there are three research objectives. First is to examine the relationship between students' sense of belonging and their classrooms, participation in inclusive education settings. Second is to analyze the impact of teacher support and inclusive practices on students' sense of belonging. Third is to determine whether belongingness significantly enhances academic engagement beyond mere physical presence in inclusive classroom. Based on these research objectives, there are three hypotheses. First one is that there is a significant positive relationship between students' sense of belonging and their classroom participation. Second is teacher support and inclusive pedagogical practices significantly influence students' sense of belonging. And the third hypothesis is that students with a higher sense of belonging demonstrate significantly greater academic engagement compared to students with lower belongingness levels. The rest will be continued by Ms. Palak. Thank you, Daman. So now I will continue with research methodology. First, we will begin with research design. This study will adopt a quantitative, descriptive, correlational research design. And this design is appropriate for examining relationships between sense of belonging, participation, teacher support, and academic engagement in the inclusive classrooms. So the study focuses on secondary school students. About 100 students will be selected, as this number is suitable for meaning statistical analysis to make sure different types of learners and properly represented. The researchers use stratified random sampling to ensure the representation of diverse learners, which includes both types of students with or without disabilities. So the next is variables of study. This includes sense of belonging and teacher support and inclusive practices, and the dependent variables are classroom participation and academic engagement. And the tools used for data collection are Likert scale questionnaires and student participation scale to measure active classroom participation, and teacher support scale to assess perceived teacher inclusivity, and academic engagement scale to measure behavior, emotional, and cognitive engagement. All the instruments will be tested for reliability by using the Cronbach Alpha tool and validity before the final administration. So the next is data collection procedure. The permission will be obtained from school authorities, consent will be taken from participants, and self-constructed questionnaires will be administered during school hours. Confidentiality and anonymity will be ensured. The statistical techniques the data will be analyzed using our descriptive statistics, Pearson correlation, multiple regression analysis to test predictive impact of hypothesis 1 and hypothesis 3. Independent t-test if comparison groups are formed. So next will be continued by Mansi.
Thank you, Palak. So now let's start with the results. Hypothesis 1. Come to the conclusion. Ms. Palak. The conclusion. The study concludes that inclusive education must move beyond students' physical presence in the classroom to fostering strong belonging. The findings demonstrate that belongingness significantly classroom participation and academic engagement. The teacher-student inclusive practices play a vital role in nurturing the sense of acceptance and the connection. Therefore, meaningful inclusion depends not only on the as mere physical access, but also on creating emotionally supportive and participation-based environment. Central to inclusive education policies and practices. Thank you.
Good, very good. I am very happy to see the group cohesion between all of the participants. They have presented by turn and turn. but there is my suggestion, kindly present your paper in future in a past tense form. There should be no will be, was, use in a past tense form. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Chitra,
Yeah, I'm
start your
available now.
presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. ठीक है, कर दे। क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? हम सब document let me select the PDF document. Okay, why ma'am? Some kind of error. I'm able to share it in any.
Ma'am, please start presentation.
Ma'am, somehow I'm unable to share. कैसे हो रहा है?
Ma'am, please, without PPT presentation. Just presentation, please.
Just 1 minute, ma'am. हाँ. नहीं हो रहा है.
Dr. Chitra, without PPT, you can speak, you can talk on your topic without PPT, no issue.
Yes, sir, your voice is not audible.
I am saying if your PPT is not working, you can simply give a talk on your topic.
Turn on your camera, ma'am.
Camera on कर दे at least. छोड़ दे ला. हाँ. Okay.
पीछे तो लगा हुआ है रिलैक्स देखिए आपकी जूम कॉल बैक करिए
अरे यार ये नहीं है. चल छोड़. अरे इसमें हाँ
पीपीटी
एक पीपीटी भी बनाने के लिए बोली थी उन लोगों ने. हाँ मेरी खुद ही एक्चुअली है एक पेरेंट्स से रिलेटेड एक पीपीटी है वो भी मैंने
Some technical issue. As we conclude this technical session, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our presenters for their deep research contributions and to the audience for their active engagement. I now request our respected chairperson to share his concluding observations and most importantly, to announce the names of the best two presenters for this session.
Is I am audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am, it is my pleasure to conclude this highly enriching technical session. The presentation delivered today were insightful, evidence-based, and thought-provoking. Each speaker has contributed significantly to the expanding our understanding in their respective domains. I sincerely appreciate all the presenters for their hard work, clarity of expression, and scholarly contribution. I also extend my gratitude to the organizing committee for ensuring the smooth conduct of this session. Organizing committee had assigned me. organizing committee.
Chitra ma'am, please mute your mic.
Organizing committee has given me a very difficult task to announce the best presenter from this today's technical session. For me, all presentation was very beautifully presented over here.
Sir, please, can I please present myself, please, sir? Because of technical glitch, I cannot be able to present my presentation, please, sir. If you permit
You
me,
ask the
sir.
organizing committee if they allow you. I have no issue.
Please, ma'am, please, just give me 3 minutes.
Only 3 to 4 minutes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You start, please, presentation.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, education.
Chitra ma'am, kindly unmute your mic.
Sir, my mic unmute, sir. My voice is audible, sir.
Please, we are having some time constraint. If you want to give a presentation, please start at earliest.
And teachers are of highlights of the one without the other. Education provides a framework for knowledge creation and dissemination, while teachers act as the pivotal agents who bring the framework to the life. The quality of education, therefore, is deeply influenced by the quality of teachers. We can reproduce the quality of in text.
Nishan sir, please to say announce further.
Announce ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ
However,
ਤੁਸੀਂ
learning
ਆਪਣੇ
does not end with the priest.
ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਆਪਣੇ ਐਂਡ ਤੋਂ ਅਨਮਿਊਟ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਮੈਮ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਊਟ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਆਪਣੇ ਐਂਡ ਤੋਂ
Pedagogical, technological, and societal needs. This paper is an intricate relation between teacher education and professional development, emphasizing how continuous learning among teachers enhances class practice and overall educational outcomes. Education drives national development and
Okay, I am announcing the presenter of the session. There is a tie between a third position, Dr. Preeti Singhwal, and Dr. Owen Nier Oitola from Africa. Second is Miss Avni Bhalla and Dr. Suruchi Singh. And first is Miss Ashpreet Kaur. Paper number 207, paper number 195, stand third. Paper number 206, serial number 206, Avni Bhalla, second. And 198, Miss Ashpreet Kaur is first. Okay, ma'am. I once again thanks to the organizing committee that they had given me an opportunity to witness this technical session. I'm very grateful to my student, Mr. Amarjit Singh. He has requested me, sir, kindly give a time to attend this conference. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we officially conclude fourth technical session. Thank you all for your cooperation. Let us carry this momentum into the rest of the conference. Have a wonderful day ahead.